is no secret.
Hits just keep on coming, Mark. Spider-Man and now Avengers. Like, how did the ball get rolling on more of the Marvel properties?
Well, basically what happened was we pitched to Marvel, and we realized that they were so big that there's so much stuff, I mean, they're 60 years of telling stories, that we decided that, like, we wanted to, for the first time, do a multiple series deal with them. And so we planned it, and we sat down and figured out what we wanted to do, and then you guys are slowly getting to see it. And so now the Avengers are here, so that's really cool. And it's been, as a Marvel fan, somebody who, like, from my early days has loved reading Marvel comics, getting a chance to combine my love of magic and my love of Marvel together has been actually like dream come true.
What was your greatest takeaway, and this can be from design or just printing, from the Spider-Man set that you brought with you into the Marvel superhero set?
Well, the way the timing worked, we were working on this before that actually came out. But one of the things in general, each time we work on a set, we sort of learn from the act of doing it. And one of the things that I think we really tried hard in Marvel superheroes is we really wanted a lot of diversity of what was going on, diversity of character, just a lot, this is designed as a normal Magic set. It's got 10 two-colored draft archetypes. And what we wanted to do is deliver on Marvel and give you a fun Marvel experience, but also just give you a great Magic set. And that if you love Marvel, there's all these secret things and Easter eggs and stuff you can explore. If you're not a Marvel fan, it's just a great Magic set. And like I like to say, if you love Squirrel Girl, here's Squirrel Girl, you can play Squirrel Girl. If you have no idea who Squirrel Girl is, but you have a Squirrel deck, I guarantee you, put her in your Squirrel deck.
It's funny, as you've been slowly releasing cards and to the public, I'm part of a big Facebook group, and every single time there's a card that people are really excited about, it's just the picture of the card and OMG exclamation point, and then everyone going, oh my god, look what it does, look what it does, look what it does. Can you talk about how you're making these superheroes feel not only larger than life in the pictures, but in the card mechanics as well? Like, you have some really powerful cards, whether it's Commander or normal or standard.
One of the things we look for when we're doing, Universes Beyond is we want to sort of capture the essence of what it is. And Marvel, to be honest, it's a dream come true. They have colorful characters with unique special powers that are just like begging to make Magic cards out of. Like one of the examples I give, there's a character named Reptile. Not a super well-known character. I mean, a more minor character in Marvel Comics. But he turns into a dinosaur. That's his superpowers. What do you need to know? That's pretty cool. And so we made a Reptile card, not because a lot of people know who Reptile is, but because it just made an awesome Magic card. And like, you have a dinosaur deck, well, here's a little kid that turns into dinosaurs.
You mentioned you try to use other mechanics. You have such a broad palette of mechanics in your game that go away and come back and phase in and out. But this set, you mentioned you really wanted to bring back Rage, but you wanted it to be special to the Hulk as he gets stronger as he attacks. Talk about what went into that decision.
So one of the things we do is we call them cameo mechanics, which means, look, Magic has 33 years of a history of mechanics, and sometimes we just have, like, for one card, there's a perfect mechanic for that one card. And a good example was Hulk, and I think also Red Hulk, has Enrage on it. Yeah. Well, I mean, Enrage for a Hulk is perfect, right? We used it before in Ixalan on the dinosaurs, but they made the Hulk. I'm what's called a subject matter expert for Marvel, and so I would go through and make notes. And so when the Hulk came in, I looked at the card, and it didn't get stronger when he got targeted. And I'm like, no. Canonically, when Hulk gets madder, he gets stronger. Like, you have to give him a buff. And so Dave added in the +1/+1 counter. And so now when he gets madder, he does in fact get stronger.
You also, like, it's called Marvel Superheroes. You have a lot of Avengers in there, but you also got Fantastic Four in there as well, which I thought was great. They don't get a lot of love usually in Marvel comics.
Well, one of the things we did when we first sort of carved up Marvel is we figured out where we wanted to put things. This is kind of adventure-centered, but we have a lot of Avengers-adjacent things. Fantastic Four is a perfect example. We have the Young Avengers. We have S.H.I.E.L.D. We have Heroes for Hire, a lot of the street-level heroes. And so it's really fun sort of finding all the different kind of pockets that sort of went together to make the set.
I didn't see any West Coast Avengers. Those poor West Coast Avengers get the...
There are West Coast Avengers. In fact, the alternate art for Avengers Assemble is the West Coast Avengers.
Sasquatch, Hawkeye, and some of the other...
I mean, it's like Iron Man and Mockingbird. It's the early version of early version. Oh no, I'm talking about actually. That was later on. We were doing the original West Coast Avengers.
So you're teaching me lessons now.
Yes, I'm teaching you. Yes, so and most of the members who have been on the West Coast Avengers are in the set. Mockingbird's in the set. I mean, a lot of the characters, Tiger is in the set. So you will see characters that you might know from West Coast Avengers in the set. We got you covered. We're hitting all of Marvel.
Even though this is a really big set and you tried to hit all the markers, were there any characters that you wanted to get in but you just couldn't, just for the sake of set size or time or scope?
Oh, definitely. There's some characters that we had, I had to fight for. There's actually two characters in which they got caught. I managed to get one of them back in, but I didn't get the other one back in. So hopefully we'll find another spot for that one. But yeah, I mean, there's so many. Marvel has just so many fun characters, and we only get so many cards. So not everything makes it in, but we tried really hard to get the fan favorites and the ones people most wanted to see.
You guys did a secret lair a while back that was really popular with the Marvel superheroes. Do you guys use secret lairs as like a kind of a test to see if it would make a good Universes Beyond set at this point?
No, what actually happened there is we made a deal with Marvel, and we really worked far ahead. And so we're like, okay, we're gonna make a Marvel set. It'll be out in 3 years. And like, oh, we want something faster than that. I'm like, well, okay, we can do a secret lair. Secret lair is something we can turn around much easier. That was just 5 unique cards. So we did the secret lair just so we could do something sooner. And it kind of put the stake in the ground and said, we're doing Marvel, and it got people excited for Marvel.
Can you speak to this set specifically, and how long it took from signing the deal to pre-production to actually getting the cards printed and packed? Because I feel like it's something a lot of fans don't realize how long it takes. Even with a team as big as yours.
Yeah, so a normal Magic set, and not Universes Beyond, a normal like in multiverse Magic set is about 3 years, and for Universes Beyond it's about 4 years because we have an extra year of we have to go back for the partner and make sure they're happy with everything. And so yeah, I mean this set took about 4 years to make.
Yeah, I think it always makes me mad when people say, "Oh, it came out too fast. It's cash grab." I'm like, not cash grab, man. It takes time. I've worked with you guys for years. It takes a tremendous amount of time to balance this stuff and play with it, and play test and design, and like you said, partners. Like it's not a rush job at all.
Oh no! I mean, look, Magic's brand is quality. We want to be the top game. Like we really care about the quality of the gameplay. So we take our time. We spend a lot of time. I mean, there are very few games outside of maybe video games that spend the amount of time we do in each and every release. But that's important to us, and that we really Magic is a premier game. We treat it like a premier game, and that is we spend the time to get it right.
Was there any particular hero that you had a really difficult time deciding what color are they?
So one of the things we do when we look at a character and try to figure out their color pie is Marvel has 6 years worth of stories. The character has been in many different stories, shown up many different times, and there's a lot of nuance to the characters because so many stories have been told with them that we have a lot of flexibility. And so one of the things that we're doing is if the character shows up more than one time, we like to show them in different color combinations so that different people have access to it. It's really neat to go, oh, I love this character. This can go in this deck, and then another version of the character maybe go in this other deck. And so we like having a variety and showing what the characters are. But still, characters have a core color or core colors. Iron Man, he's very inventive. He's smart. He has a lot of blue to him, but he's also kind of reckless, has a lot of red into him. And so, the core of Iron Man is blue-red.
I was amazed by how many Spider-Man outfits you got into the last set. Yeah. Was this even harder to see what outfits made the cut in terms of the art? Well, because now you have more superheroes, multiple alternate costumes.
One of the things that the art team spent a lot of time on is trying to figure out, okay, when are we showing the character, from where, make sure the costumes were correct. And someone like Iron Man has had infinite versions of his armor, and so we want to make sure that we're doing things right. And one of the cool things is, as you see different Iron Mans, there will be different versions of him with different armor, and that, all that detail matters, and we spent a lot of time making sure that we had the right details.
The Infinity Stones are pretty powerful in universe and very powerful in game. In certain, what's your overall plan for all the stones?
One of the things we realized very early on was Magic's a collectible, and we was okay, in the property of Marvel, what is a collectible thing? And we realized really, very early on, oh, the Infinity Stones. There's 6 of them. That's a very collectible thing. Obviously, very powerful people spend a lot of time collecting them, and we realized that that could be our through line for collecting, and that's gone over really well.
Because you brought it up, I have to ask. You fought really hard for 2 characters, and one didn't make it. Who was the one who didn't make it?
I can't say the one that didn't make it because hopefully it'll be somewhere else. But the one I fought for that didn't make it is Justice. So for longtime Marvel fans, the Guardians of the Galaxy originally, the ones you know from the movie, are the second iteration. The first iteration of Guardians of the Galaxy was far from the future. And one of the characters from that had an alternate version of him that was in present day. And that for the Marvel fans. But anyway, he became a character named Justice. He was in the Avengers for a while. He was in New Warriors for a while. Anyway, he's a character that I like a lot, and I was happy to get him in the set.
What are you most looking forward to for this finally getting into players' hands and like experiencing the set with? Like, you're looking for cards, feedback. Like, what's the most thing you're looking for the community to get their hands on this set?
I mean, I'm really looking forward for 2 things. One is, for people who are Marvel fans, I really wanted to deliver Marvel. Like, I wanted for fans of it to go, I see all the things I love in the set, and I can see all the detail and the love and the Easter eggs and all the stuff. I want the Marvel fans to be happy. For the non-Marvel fans, the Magic fans that aren't Marvel fans, look, I just want you to see, we made a lot of really fun cards. And as I like to say, if you have a Squirrel deck, whether or not you know who Squirrel Girl is, she's great for your deck. Mjolnir is a really fun card, and there's a lot of cool things you can do with it. Yeah, you can give it a Thor, but it's not limited to Thor.
I've seen that in my big Facebook group too. It's like, what if you don't like Marvel? They're like, dude, the cards are really good. Like, you're gonna want to play these cards. They're really, really good. So that was by design.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is, look, we just want to make awesome Magic sets, and the reality is, whether whether you're a fan of the property or less a fan of the property, we're making awesome cards. They're really fun. You can go in your deck, and that's the thing we want is, no matter what the property, no matter what we're doing, at the end of the day, we want to make excellent Magic cards that you want to put in your deck. And the one thing I'll say about this set is, it is just an amazing set with really fun cards. It's got a really fun limited, and that if you love Magic, whether or not you like Marvel or not, I really think you'll enjoy this set. So Marvel Superheroes has 3 X-Men in it. Wolverine is in the set, Storm is in the set, and Beast is in the set. All 3 of those canonically have been in the Avengers, and that is why they're in the set. In the Jumpstart deck, you see a little bit of hinting at some X-Men. You see X-23, you'll see Wolfsbane, you'll see a few X-Men characters. Where are the rest of the X-Men characters? Well, all I can say is we're not done making Marvel sets.
I also want to talk about, you did this great plethora of commander decks, and I know you've mentioned before how much work those take. Talk about what went into designing those and just getting them out, because I think there's so many in this set. Specifically, there's a lot.
So one of the things, when we did Spider-Man was meant to be a smaller set. We made it into a sort of a medium-sized set. We just didn't have time to add in commander decks, but one of the answers we got from people is, I really, really want a Marvel commander deck. Well, okay, obviously this is a full-size set, a larger suite of products. We were able to deliver on that. We're making 4 of them. And we said, okay, obviously you want to do Avengers. We're doing an Avengers set. We've got to do Avengers. Fantastic Four is a big part of the set. We want to do Fantastic Four. We really saw an opportunity to do a really cool Black Panther Wakanda set. And then also, we got supervillains. You got to have supervillains. And so, we spent a lot of time and energy. There's a lot of play that goes into these. Also, there's a lot of deep cuts. There's original cards in these. And so, if you like Fantastic Four and there's some Fantastic Four characters you haven't seen, maybe they're in the Fantastic Four deck. And it allowed us to sort of hit upon some stuff. Like, there's so many amazing characters in the Marvel Universe. The main set couldn't hold them all. And so, you'll see more on the Commander deck. You'll see more on the Jumpstart decks. And so, it's really exciting to be able to get as many characters out there so that all the beloved characters, no matter who it is, to try to get it into Marvel fans' hands.
You guys used to do Secret Layers print on demand, and then you stopped that. Now you do more of a limited run. But I noticed that when something's really popular or good, they sell out instantly. A lot of people miss their chance to get them and have to buy them at super high market value afterwards. Do you have any plans in the future to go back to print on demand for when the anticipation may be larger, like with certain cards that are just going to be auto staples in Commander?
So I mean, this is Secret Lair, way outside my area of expertise. So mostly I'm just talking, superheroes today. So if there were a Secret Lair person here, they could talk to you. Oh yeah. I just don't know that.
So you guys did this great Magic Con setup, all these new sets coming out. You guys have a Star Trek set.
Yes.
You guys are just killing it with all this stuff. You're trying to hit all these demographics, bringing new people into the game that have never played it before. Your Doctor Who said that did that too. Do you see any sign of Universes Beyond slowing down?
It's really hard to speak for the future. I can say the audience has responded really well to Universes Beyond, that when we tap into properties that people love, it's very exciting. I'm a giant fan of Marvel. I can't explain how much fun it has been to play with Marvel cards. And so whatever that is, we want to meet fans where they're the happiest, and we want to be able to bring them into Magic. Universes Beyond has been a real wonderful tool to introduce new people to the game, and that's why we're making products like the Beginner Box and Jumpstart and Welcome Decks, and we're doing a lot of things to invite people in. And so, we're going to keep doing this as long as people are really excited to play the decks.
Our world is broken. But at Puzzle, we're putting it back together piece by piece. Our hands-on solutions are making hunger, poverty, and loneliness things of the past. And we want you to join our family of on-demand experts to solve the problems of our paying customers with a personal touch. Think you have what it takes to be a puzzle-solving ninja? A rock star who's not afraid to get your hands dirty? A loner with no friends or family who'll come looking for you? Then reach out and become a Puzz Pal today. Whether you're as handy as they come, or just feeling things out, our elite team is ready to help you help us spread the joy of Puzzle's hands-on approach to everyone in need. Our training facility features state-of-the-art elevators that will take your lateral thinking to new heights, where you'll apply skills like personal tutoring, junk removal, dry docking, commercial plumbing, tech support, caretaking, print-based marketing, whatever the hell this is. The list could go on forever. And boy, does it. No matter what has you feeling stuck, we'll slap out of it together. Please pretend that you'll buy the game by wishlisting now.
Hi, I'm Nick Vasconcelos. I'm a co-director at Turbo Button, and we are making Slap Out of It.
So Nick, give us a brief elevator pitch about what this game's all about.
It is a slap and solve adventure game. So the idea is that it's part puzzle, part comedy sandbox, where you just use your hands to slap the world and solve puzzles.
Now, your studio and your team has a long history of VR, but this is a regular game. There's no VR, but I can see a lot of similarities in that. How did that help you make this game?
Yeah, we've been working in VR for like almost 11 years now. Slap Out of It is actually adapted from one of our VR games called Floor Plan 2. So there's a lot different in this game, so we kind of talk about it like an adaptation of a book to a movie or something, right? It's like, shares a lot of puzzles, shares a lot of art, but there's also like a ton of new puzzles, a ton of new jokes, because things just don't directly translate one-to-one between the two platforms, right? So we really spent a lot of time building it from the ground up for non-VR platforms.
So let's talk about like the gameplay here. I see a little bit of inventory management, some puzzle, lots of humor.
Yeah, it's heavily inspired by like classic point-and-click adventure games. Monkey Island, Grim Fandango, things like that. So there is a lot of like inventory management and things like, or not even inventory management, it's just like how you carry items around, right?
Hey, I like inventory management,
All right.
so does my wife. We like those games.
All right, great. So there's tons of inventory management. But yeah, you basically, so the core of the game is that each level of the game is like a different tower and a building. And all the floors are connected with an elevator. So you use the elevator to move between the floors and figure out how they're all connected, right? So, and there's always something a little strange, or there's a ton of strange things, don't get me wrong, but like each level has its own unique thing about it. So I don't want to get too spoilery, I guess, but it's like the first level's thing is like, there's like a totally normal looking bathroom and maybe it can flip around in different orientations, and so it's like always trying to take your expectations and subvert them a little bit, right?
What were some games you pulled inspiration from? You mentioned Monkey Island, but I also see like a little bit of like Portal and some other stuff in here too.
Oh yeah, I can totally see that. Thank Goodness You're Here is a big one for us. We talk about Untitled Goose Game a lot. We actually talk about this game a lot as like if the goose from Untitled Goose Game got lost on the Mist Island, is kind of where it lands. So the slap is our honk.
So talk about like, I'm always fascinated with humor in games, because what's the process of writing jokes or having funny things in your game? How does that whole process work with your team?
Yeah, so a lot of our process is all about us going, what is the dumbest thing we can do? Yeah, there's always like rule of cool that people talk about. We talk about rule of dumb. Anything that's like silly, dumb, that makes us laugh, we start with that, honestly. And then try to build puzzles and moments around leading up to those kinds of things. Because like, there is so much in comedy that has to do with timing and pacing. And a lot of that, basically those really funny moments are the punchlines, right?
So talk about your art design. I think me see Muppets. I just look at Muppets. I see Muppets, puppets.
Yep. Yeah, totally. We wanted to. The whole game is like super playful, right? Like the slapping, the character designs, everything is really designed to make you want to like touch the worlds and invite you to do it, right? Like especially with the aesthetic of it, we want like the slapping of characters to be really fun and really silly, and so just like building that into their design, building it into the design of like your hands, even they're really tiny and chubby, and like, you know, so it's all trying to guide you toward just enjoying the game in a very like silly and irreverent way.
How big's your team, and how long have you been working on this?
Yeah, so our team is a total of 4 people. So we're a pretty small team. We've been working on this, so Slap Out of It in particular, we've been working on for the past like year and a half. Of course, we had another like 6 years of doing stuff for our VR games that feeds into this a lot. But we have spent a lot of time and care to really make this feel as good as it can on PC and console.
I feel like a year and a half for 4 people is pretty good timing, like a pretty good dev cycle.
Yeah, it's been really great. You know, we still have more to do, obviously, but we just try to work as fast as we can, and you know, I think over time we've learned a lot about like when to cut things, you know, as early as we can. It's like, oh, a joke isn't working, or a lot of times like jokes kind of can confuse puzzles. So there's always this balance, right? And we just have to be really, really critical about like what is and isn't working, test it with a lot of people, and just move as quickly as we can.
You guys talk about puzzle design. I'm always fascinated by that in games that are puzzle-centric, because a puzzle can take weeks or months to design, and a player can solve it in an hour, or either not or not at all.
A lot of it really comes down to playtesting, honestly. Obviously, like, we spend a lot of time designing the puzzles. We always think they make sense, but you never know until you set it in front of someone else. And so we just go back and forth a lot with playtesters, although we have to find new playtesters all the time, because like once somebody solves a puzzle, they kind of get it already, right? Like you can't go back to the same people over and over. So lots and lots of iteration in that way. And then like I said before, it's like we always want to cram in more jokes and stuff too, and sometimes that messes up the understanding of a puzzle. And it's just like, it's this tangled web of all these things, but the process is super fun. The game is coming to PC and console next year. We will have more information about which consoles in the future. It does run on Steam Deck right now. We've worked really hard to get it nice and smooth on there, and it's running great. And we do plan to support Steam Deck at launch.
What's a big misconception about indie game development, you think, from an outsider looking at the industry?
How long it takes, or like how much effort goes into any single thing in the game. We spend a ton of time carefully crafting like these really tight moments that like can be done in just a flash, you know? So we have a few examples in our demo where you hit a joke, you laugh at it, that's great. That was like 3 to 4 weeks of time from multiple people just to get that one moment, you know? And so it really takes a lot to get everything like just right.
And then what advice would you give to like maybe someone in high school who's looking to make games for a living, make video games?
If you're really excited about it and really into it, just like explore all the avenues that you can. There are so many different ways to contribute to a game. Whether, you know, on an indie team, like we all do a bunch of different things all the time. On bigger teams, people get more specialized, but there are just like, I think a lot of people just think of like the art, the code, and like that's kind of it, but there's so much. Yeah, and like that is a big part of it, sure, but like
that's the fun part.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes, most of the time. But you know, there's like marketing and community management and like QA and like localization. There's like so many different ways that you can get involved with a game. There are like, even if you choose one, you don't have to stick with that. People move around all the time, and it's just like the more you're around the game space, the more you kind of soak up and learn. And so I just encourage people to explore all those options.
Now, I'm just curious because I'm just wondering if why Unity over Unreal, or like was that just because you guys had experience in Unity before? Or?
Yeah, Unity has been what we started with. So we started our studio back in 2015. Holden, my partner, and I had been working in Unity for years before that, and that was really just what we were comfortable with. Especially in our early days of VR too, Unity was more supported, especially for. It was much easier to optimize for lower end VR hardware. So we really have gotten used to that a lot over time. It also ensures that we can get the game running pretty easily on a Steam Deck. We love it.
Carlos Maria. I'm a game designer for Turok Origins.
So Carlos, give us a quick elevator pitch about what Turok Origins is all about.
Turok Origins is about bringing Turok back for the newcomers and still making a thrilling experience for the old ones. Turok Origins has been such a journey. We're capturing the DNA of the Turok gameplay and modernizing it and adding so much to it.
Well, how did this game start? Give us how did this game get off the ground?
Well, we were always interested in Turok because Turok has so much to offer, so many interesting elements, and bringing them back to life now, with the next gen, with the new generation consoles, allow us to add visual fidelity because we have brought so many things back from the original games that seeing them under this new light as a longtime fan also is very exciting.
What's in store for new players who've never played Turok and returning players who maybe played the classic on N64?
I mean, the game is made to thrill longtime fans and to welcome newcomers, and it's a great starting point for Turok as you're getting introduced to the world in a very organic way and with some elements, but still you're gonna get a lot of enjoyment out of playing the old ones after this one.
What is it about this franchise that has withstood the test of time? People have always heard of it in some capacity. Is it because he's a dinosaur hunter?
Man, it's just so much going on. You get the aliens, you get the dinosaurs, you get the Native Americans, you get the amazing weapons. It just really works together. It's a test against time, really.
So what kind of weapons are you showing here at Summer Games Fest?
Where we're showing the new ones and also the classic ones that come back. For example, you have the Firestorm Cannon, you have the Scorpion Missile Launcher, the Tech Bow, of course, and the iconic Cerebral Bore making a comeback.
Oh, the Cerebral Bore is amazing!
Absolutely. Even better, because what we have made is that each weapon is highly customizable, and some of the customizations you can make to those weapons are based on things that the weapons could make in previous entries. So we really took it all in.
Now, for those people who are lore connoisseurs, where does this take place in the Turok timeline? I'm guessing it's a prequel?
Exactly. It happens many, many years before the events of the original games, and it just connects with them as well.
Did you guys go back and play the original Turok games on 64 and PC and kind of see what they did and what you could improve on?
Absolutely. We wanted to get the most out of them.
What were some challenges when bringing such an old kind of shooter-esque what were some challenges in modernizing an older shooter?
We wanted to modernize it while keeping the same feeling, the frenetic action that it delivers. And after many hours of polishing that game feel and that gunplay, then I think we achieved a fantastic result doing that.
Can you talk about some of the characters we will meet and control in your game?
Well, the character, you can select a wide array of different characters, each with their own backstory that you can read. But at the end of the day, it's about your adventure, your Turok, and because there are many Turoks in this game, the mantle of the Turok is not only one, but many.
Do you have a favorite weapon? I mean, we talked about weapons a little bit. Do you have a favorite weapon in the franchise?
I mean, come on. There's only one answer. It's Cerebral Bore. It's just it holds a space place.
Did you guys mess around with any fun things like a giant head mode or a muddy textures mode or anything like that to throw back to the older games?
As a matter of fact, no.
Free ideas here, Shacknews.
Yeah, I'm pointing.
So when does your game come out and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
Fall 2026. We aim to release on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, Nintendo Switch 2, and PC as well.
In the meantime, where can they go to find more information about Turok Origins?
Well, in our socials and our web pages, and we're there.
Does he say the thing in your game? Does he say it?
He says it. He says the thing multiple times.
I am Turok.
Hi, my name is Ming Zhang. I'm the CEO of Counterplay Games. Yeah, we're showing our latest game, Armistice. We got to get the keywords out of the way. It's a third-person shooter roguelike. After we made Godfall, we realized we've been spending a lot of time in the high fantasy, epic fantasy space. So for this one, we really wanted to do urban fantasy. And as we started working on it, we realized the best way to execute on that is the sound and fury of modern firearms. So we basically took that, those deep combat systems that you'd love, that punchy, impactful hits, all of that stuff that Counterplay has been known for, and we moved it to the shooter genre to do the same thing with modern firearms and a lot of power-ups. And one of the things that I think players will really enjoy is that as you play each run, you assemble your build through your rewards, and you get to kind of try different paths each time and different builds. So we really wanted to take that like visual flair, impactful combat, and merge it with the systemic gameplay, systemic buildcraft that people come to know and love in roguelikes.
So what was your team's biggest takeaway from Godfall that you brought with you into your new title?
I think I kind of touched upon that, is that a lot of the best feedback we got in Godfall was this kind of yes-anding that we did for the player. For those who played Godfall, we had this deep skill tree where each time you pick something, it would add a new feature to your character and add a new thing. And so, we'd get comments like, leveling up that skill tree felt like asking the devs for a new thing in your combat kit, and the devs going, yes! And so we're like, how can we kind of like channel that energy here? And a roguelite is the perfect vessel for that, because now one minute you're throwing sickles that turn people to stone, the next minute you are jumping in the air and ground slamming them, and the next minute you're laying into them with a melee combo, right?
What do you think it is about these like roguelike games where you're going on paths and restarting to run with different abilities or different tactics like Hades and all that? Like, when did this trend start? Like, and why is it so popular amongst gamers?
I mean, I could give you my take, which is basically, I think there's a purity to the roguelite experience where it's just you and the game. There's not a lot of artifice around it. One of the things that we really care about for our game is the ability for players to drop in, drop out quickly, play, get the bite that they want, whether they want, 5 runs and one more game, or they can just do a segment, save, and come back to it later, right? And our release strategy kind of matches this ethos where we'll be available on multiple platforms, whether you're like the really dialed in, locked in PC players, you want to be 10 feet away from a giant TV on PlayStation and an Xbox, or you want to be snug in bed or on a plane with handheld. All play is welcome. And if you look at the way that we've designed this game, it is possible to be very good at this game and not be a very good shot. Obviously, the best players will have great aim, great technical play as well, but positioning, movement, understanding your build craft, all of those things matter just as much, if not more, than strict aiming skills.
What was it like porting to the Nintendo Switch 2?
It was an adventure. I mean, I think like the Nintendo Switch, we love this system. We wanted to get on the platform, and so having the ability is a privilege. But given that the core development was originally on PC, there was a lot for us to learn very quickly. And our partner Fictions has been a huge help, giving us the resources in order to do this. And as you can see, it runs great on Switch right now.
This game in Godfall, you guys had a very interesting art style. I almost want to say I'm kind of an older gamer, almost kind of like Diablo-esque, like Diablo 3-esque, very, very epic with the plates and the armor and a little bit of Darksiders. What were some of the inspirations for like the art style in your game?
Yeah, so I don't know how intentional this is, but it's really kind of become a house style that we have, like a fantastical suit of armor, and then there's some like ethereal spirit being inside of those. And I think leaning into that has been really good. Incredible props to the artists that have worked on this game and on Godfall. They really, went to the next level to bring something that's unique and stands out to the audience. And we really, really, really appreciate that.
What are some challenges as a studio of making original IP? I mean, we see remakes and sequels, and this is your second game that's like original IP.
Yeah, well, I think, as someone who loves all the remakes and sequels, I don't know that we are making more of them now than we were. Obviously, as soon as I say this, someone's going to show up with a spreadsheet and be like, look, it's up by this percentage. But, if you look at the showcase, there are so many new IPs, just like there are so many, remakes and everything. And I think for us, we want the team to have ownership over their work, ownership over their time, and just, being proud of the thing they put out. And with original IP, it's easier to claim that, people, like, we made this is ours, and it gives you a more direct line to that feeling of ownership. But if we were to do, a remake, right, like, for whatever reason, we would feel the same. We would feel the same way. I think for most devs, the important thing is getting players to see their game, and that's the thing that actually matters.
I feel like CEO has become like a dirty word in our industry, but can you describe to people like what you do on your day-to-day basis? Like, what is your job? Like, what do you do? Like, to people out there who have no idea what a CEO does, because I think people think you just sit at a desk and say yes and sign papers all day.
Yeah, I think as a CEO, you sit at your desk and say no more often. but realistically, my role here is creative director, right? And so it's a lot of like looking over, making sure everything is consistent, kind of making sure the health of the project. It's understanding the business landscape. It's understanding the operations of the company, making sure people get paid on time. I think that's important. It's a lot of like bread and butter things that are perhaps not that sexy, but essential to the life of the company, right? And so, Counterplay Games, we're not the biggest studio, so everyone on the team wears multiple hats, and it should be no different for me.
And then, when does your game come out, and what platform are you aiming for at launch?
So it says this winter. You'll find out more, in the months to come, and we'll be day and date on Steam, PS5, Xbox, and Switch 2.
Quite a year for you guys. A really busy year. I want to talk about the next-gen update.
Yeah.
Can you talk about what went into that over this last year? Because I know that's a ton of back-end work. We talked about it last year. You're like, there's DirectX stuff and compatibility stuff. Right. Everything's got to work. It's a live service, so it's like compacted. Like, feel free to get into the reads on that too. Like, what was involved in that update?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we had to go and redo and update all the libraries. And when we're going into even PlayStation and Xbox, they're two different platforms. So we have multiple different people working specifically on those platforms and going in. And really, the process is like, okay, let's just get the game to start for one. After all of these things have been updated. So we're going through that process, and we go through, and finally all of a sudden you get it, and it's like, oh, the Bink movie is playing now. Okay, cool. Now the login service. And then the movie behind everything, and so it's step after step after step, and so that's kind of the process we have to go through with this update and that's why it's taken us a year plus, is because we get into the game and all of a sudden it's like, oh, shadows are messed up, oh, shaders are messed up, we need to update the shaders, and then a wide range of things where it's performance now, and it's like, oh, memory buffers and just animation, and then character animation, or weapons, and then power armor, and first person and third person, and so you're literally going through the whole game and trying to make sure that every single session and element of the game is working the way it's supposed to work. And then once we finally got past that and we were actually continuously running the game, then we started on performance. And it's like, okay, let's make sure we're testing this thing and opening up Fashnot and opening up all the creatures in the world, and let's making sure that everything is working the way that we expect it to work. And so we started loading up events and public events and just really just blasting the world with tons of stuff to make sure that everything was holding up the way it was supposed to hold up. And then after that, we get into QA and we start giving builds and we start doing updates, and they start going through the whole mess of the game and trying to make sure, again, that all the content is working properly, and that interiors, exteriors, and as you all know, we have 500, 600, 700 different combinations of that, as well as camps and shelters. And so it's like we have to go through that whole process just to ensure that everything is working. And so now the good thing is that we are to the point now where we're almost ready to open up flight for consoles. So now people on PlayStation and Xbox will be able to go ahead and download the PTS build and then get an idea of how it's running on their device, give us feedback on it. We can look at data on our side to make sure stability and everything is running where it needs to be. And then by the end of the summer, it should be fully released. And so it's a really exciting time for us as a team. This is something I've certainly wanted for a while, and I think the players have wanted for a while. And they're going to be able to see 4K 60 frames a second on current gen hardware, as well as 1440p on PlayStation 5 Pro and at 60 frames. And so we're really excited about just kind of, and just to be clear, this is still just the first step. This is just getting it onto those platforms, And so now, once we've actually got it there, we've got it released, we'll be able to then optimize specifically more for each one of those. So you'll see graphical upgrades, more optimizations even on Xbox One and PlayStation 4, to just give better performance and better understanding of the game. And so, it's a really exciting time, and it's just something that's been an initiative on our plate for over a year now. And so I hope players respond well to it. I think they will. It's such a great experience. I'm super excited to get it out. So.
Was there anything particularly challenging that you had to overcome when you were doing this? We talked about DirectX last year, and I know PlayStation and Xbox have two different architectures compared to PC. Maybe a little bit similarities, but mostly different. Anything particularly challenging you had to overcome?
Yeah, I mean, part of that was there are some games that are able to just update the libraries from D3D11 to D3D12, and
Hit the button.
And it's good, and it runs. No, not for us. So like I said, that's kind of the whole process of just trying to get into the game, and then once you get in, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that has to be updated and fixed, and again, you're looking for performance, lags or crashes or anything like that, where memory's kind of overlapping and going beyond where we need it to go, and so it just kind of have to go through that whole process. So yeah, the tough part was kind of all of it. Just getting it to run, was a tough part. Yeah, so.
Well, as a console player, I really appreciate that, because that's something you guys don't have to do. I mean, it works. You guys could just focus on new updates and move forward, but you guys took the time and resources to do that. So thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I really do. Now we'll get into infestations. John, people loved hordes in your game for a long time. People will search them. Was that part of the inspiration behind infestations? Just the community loved the horde enemies so much you wanted to do an event around it?
Not really. I mean, I think the similarity there is kind of just coincidental. Really, where inspiration for infestations comes from is, it might sound kind of funny, but our fishing update, Gone Fission, sort of inspired these types of updates, right? So Gone Fission, right, when you hear me say, anywhere you can swim, you can fish, right? And you look on the map, there's all these bodies of water, and as a player, you want to go explore all of that again. What am I going to catch from up here? What am I going to catch from down here? And so it's a way to sort of add a whole new layer of interactivity to the map, or what I've said in past interviews, it's thickening the experience for players. Infestations is very, very similar, right? So across our map, about 40 unique locations, that any one of those could have an infestation pop up, which will spawn a horde of could be super mutants or robots, or we got Scorch or Blood Eagles, with it's challenging, but with great rewards too. Players will get 4-star legendaries and a whole host of 3-star legendaries. So fishing in a way kind of inspired the thinking behind this update. It's kind of like fishing but without water, right? And the fish bite back. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot more land than water in your game too, so there's a lot more opportunities there to do things, I guess, in the world, right?
For sure, and it's great the way that we've set this feature up under the hood. We have it so that it's very easy to expand upon, right? We literally have a knob on our live team, can just turn it and have more infestations pop up, and a button that says, now we're being infested by super mutants, and all the spots are super mutants, and so hey, it's an invasion of super mutants. But also very easy to expand upon new locations, new enemy types, new rewards. Seeing how quickly our players are getting through infestations, which is a lot quicker than we were in playtest, by the way, and we thought we were good players. We have ways to make them harder, and that's coming next patch, and also ways to slow the process down, to slow the feature down so that people don't have that intense feeling of FOMO, right? They see one pop, oh, I got to get there, so you'll have time. You'll get there. You'll be able to participate. There'll be other rewards. There'll be things to do instead of just kill the boss. Because after all, it is called infestations. You want to clear the infestation, not just the boss, and move on. So yeah, lots of room to play with this feature.
So not just infestations and the update, but like your Gone Fishing update was really well received as well. You guys just keep adding to this game, and is it difficult to keep building onto a world to expand it? I know a lot of sometimes people get rid of things, or they do what's called a power creep or borrowed power mechanics. You guys don't seem to do that. Like, is that more difficult when you have to make something? It's in the game for as long as we can support it.
I feel like I should say yes, but it's not really. It's interesting, working with this team. You've probably heard me say before, we've got more great ideas than we have the immediate time to deal with. So as such, we have a lot to look at and sort of play with to plot along our roadmap for the years. We are really more interested in enriching the player experience for our players rather than the power creep, as you were putting it. That thickening aspect, right? Enrich the existing features, expand the existing features like fishing or infestations. Camp Revamp is a great example of that too. Building camps is like the number one most participated in feature in the game. Like almost everybody in the game builds camps. And so going through and redoing that entire menu so things were easier to find, and redoing the build process so now you can just build freely was a huge step in kind of thickening that experience for players.
What's been like a really good community feedback over the last year you've gotten that you've improved upon over this last 12 months? That can be with new features in your PTS, whatever you decide.
Sure. I think the one thing we've gotten a lot of good feedback on has been the Camp Revamp update. Players being able to have just the freedom to like move things and place things. They can have it overlap. They can still have it snap, but now they can have things that float. They can place it exactly wherever they want, and that's been one of the biggest pieces of feedback we've gotten. Is just they love that now, and also it shows because we've seen, and I mention these a lot because they're some of my favorites, but we've seen people create flaming chainsaws, and I look at that and I'm like, I have no idea how you did that. I thought I actually had a really cool camp going, and then people on Discord are like, hey, show us your camp, and I'm like, I'm actually kind of embarrassed to show you my camp because of what I see out there by a number of players, especially our APAC players. Oh my gosh, like the things that they create are absolutely amazing. We've seen fish, that were created with these big jaws, and it's like, what are you doing? So I'll like zoom in and try to figure out, I'm like, oh, that's a really creative way to use that as teeth. It's like interesting. And so yeah, I think, and that kind of goes into a lot of the systemic work that we do, whether it's updating Fashnot, with new masks and things like that. People really love when we go back and add rewards to the popular events like that. And but Camp Revamp certainly has been one of the bigger ones for us. I'm sure John has some.
I mean, most recent would definitely be the feedback we've gotten for infestations, not just in what we see in people's videos that they post or what they say in posts that they make, but also what they see, what they say, and how they play the new feature, right? And so that's kind of what has let us know okay, we need to make the bosses harder. We need to slow the event down. We need to add this. We need to remove this. We need to streamline this. All coming up really soon. So player feedback especially for a game like 76, this is a game that's been made with our wonderful community and the developers, in lockstep the entire way. That's how the game got to be where it is. So we're always listening.
It's interesting with the feedback community. It's too easy. It's too hard. It's that constant push and pull always. You're like overcorrect, undercorrect, but it's a live service game, so you guys got to go slow. You don't want to break anything. That's why I think the public test server is so viable in your builds, because if you push the live button, something breaks. Oh my God, your Discord and your Steam page is going to be flooded with this is broken, this is broken, this is broken. Can you talk about how long it takes you to fix generally something that you see broken in the PTS to implement into the game? Just a general timeline of how long. You can give an example if you want to fix something that's broken.
Oh, I mean, that's really hard to generalize. It could be an easy fix where this one flag wasn't checked, right? So, or it could be something much more systemic that takes a lot more time and testing to fix. I would say regarding PTS, public test server, one thing that we're trying to be mindful of is giving new features more time on public test server so that we have more time to adjust and react to feedback or things that players are saying as they test.
Yeah, just to add on to that, we try to give players about a month and a half before we go into kind of shutting down for a release candidate before we release. And as John said, we're trying to extend that even further now. We're trying to actually get a little bit earlier in that process too, so that we can have just a lot more time to iterate and make changes and respond to feedback. And so that's been really important for us. And again, we wouldn't be here 7, almost 8 years later if we weren't listening to player feedback. And so I think they have a lot of confidence, not only in me and John, but the team as well, because they know we play the game. They see us online all the time. They join in our games and join in, and they'll say, "Hey, do you want to do a raid?" And you're like, "Yeah, of course, let's go." And they know that we're good at the game. So John tries to undersell it a little bit, but we're pretty good. No, I'm kidding. We're pretty good, but.
Or hey, John, eat some axolotls. Here you go.
Yeah, John, eat some axolotls. Here you go. So that community feedback is always super important. So we want to make sure we're giving even more time for players to be able to engage with the content, give us that feedback, and respond to it. And but yeah, like John said too, it really depends on the issue. Sometimes it'll be like, wait, why is that? And people will be like, no, that's not how it's supposed to be. And it'll be like just a merge conflict somewhere, and so when it got merged up to a new branch, and so it'll lose the change or something like that. We'll go back, fix it, and then everything's good. So, but then there are more systemic things where it's like, oh, that's a really weird edge case, and then that takes a little longer for us to fix. And so, yeah, it just really kind of depends.
Your invitations, does that affect your timeline at all? Because you want to spend more time than PTS before, does that affect with your content pipeline? Does that add more time to that, and you guys have to adjust for that now?
Absolutely. It's when a feature releases, it doesn't mean the feature's done, right? Like Bill, this Infestations has probably been worked on for about a year or so, right? And just because it's released doesn't mean the team has moved on to the next thing or next things. There's still a good portion of the team working on this for any issues that we've seen or things that we want to fix or adjust on the feature itself. So that is taken into account on the schedule. We try not to stack too many things up at once. I've been guilty of that in the past, and it has bit us a couple times. So now we're being much more mindful of making sure that that buffer is in there so that we're able to release features responsibly and not just like, here, look, new thing, okay, bye. You know what I mean?
Do you guys remember the days, you guys are veterans, do you remember the days when you made the game and the disc was printed and that was it? You're done.
Yes.
That's it. There is, if it's in the game, too late, on to the next project. Do you guys miss those days at all?
I do and I don't. Because there were times where, and it's kind of a funny story, when we first started working on Xbox One, there was a game I was working on back then, and we had Microsoft representations come to us talking to us about the new console and everything, and the one thing they pushed to us was like, this has internet connectivity. This is not to fix your broken crap. This is for you to put out DLC. And it was like, That didn't last very long. But we hold ourselves, I think, to a much higher standard than that. You know, we want to make sure that what we release is really, really good and that we can iterate on it going in the future. Now, a game our size is obviously going to have bugs. We respond to those. We ingest those all the time. We get them fixed. But at the end of the day, we were pretty good about making sure that what we release to the public is working, it's good, and even though there may be iterations or challenge and difficulties that need to change and stuff like that, it's not broken, you know, and that's because that's a bad experience. And we've spent so much time trying to build up that trust with the community that there's no good reason to break that. You know, that is one of the reasons that people have continued to hang around with our game, because even after the launch and leading up to Wastelanders and then beyond that, we have been consistent and we've been communicative with the community and showed them that, no, we are here. We're going to continue investing in this. We're going to continue making this game, improving it, making it better for you, and not just what we think, because even though we're players, we're pretty much aligned with what the players are asking for. We hit the same pain points, so that's where a lot of our things come from. But it was basically, okay, here are the top things. Here's the things we need to address. Let's get those out. Let's get those done. And then it's also let's make new content that they want to engage in. So, yeah.
I love live service because it provides an opportunity that we didn't have back in those days, providing, continuing to provide fun and enriching experiences to players and fans. Yeah. It does come with a tremendous responsibility of not breaking the game in any way, right? Because it's not players aren't in there to deal with things that are broken. They want to continue experiencing what they love, and I wish I could say that never happens, but it's also good to be able to have that live service component to be able to fix things for when they go wrong. It just happens. Game dev is hard.
Yeah, just to clarify, like I said, I do miss and I do dislike and like the old service, but I do love live service because, again, the game that we are working on, we absolutely love. We play a lot of. We enjoy doing this, and as John said, it allows us to be responsive to the feedback that players have, and I love that. And because we are always just in a state of shipping stuff. And I love that just as a person. It's like we are constantly shipping new things, and fixing things. And that level of success and that level of fun is really something that really feeds into me as a person. I love being able to do that, being with the community, talking with you and everybody else about, these updates. And I love that. That's just it's a fun part of this.
And my last question, I'm going to ask you guys every year or every event I see you, because I think I legally have to based on the community and stuff. But
sure.
Super Mutant Race win. We just got done with this. Now where's the next thing? Thanks for the toy. Where's the next toy?
That's right.
I understand that players want to play as a super mutant. Trust me, I get it. Player Ghoul was something that we had talked about for years. We hadn't executed on it because we didn't see any sort of niche that needed to be filled in the game gameplay-wise, right? As we started to get into rebalancing some of the perk cards and gameplay elements, we saw something open up. It's like, okay, a Player Ghoul as a unique playable race could fill this missing piece. And still more work to be done there to help highlight the difference between humans a bit more, and that's in progress. So the challenge I offer when asked about super mutants is I'm going to ask the interviewer, if you could play as a super mutant now, what would that add to the game for you?
I think you want to make it super hard for the survival aspect and the resource management, because they can't go into towns without getting attacked, right? They're villainized essentially, even though there are good super mutants in the Fallout universe. Just make it like super hard mode. Like you're gonna have to really have a hard time finding duct tape and adhesive, or getting ammo for your guns, and you're gonna get attacked by everything, like in every city. That's, I guess, what it'd be the thing, just super hard mode.
That's an interesting answer. Most everybody says, oh, a tank. Like, well, we got power armor. But that was an interesting answer. I think playable super mutants would be fun. It's nothing that we have on our roadmap at this time, but it is something that we have talked about in the past and regularly kind of bring back, because it would be fun. I do agree.
Thank you, guys.
I'm with you. I want a super mutant.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, I'm Marcus Morgan. I'm the executive producer on Grounded 2.
So, Marcus, it's been a long time coming. You guys were in early access for the longest time, release 1.0. Now you're doing a sequel with all this other stuff. It's been going strong. What's it like seeing the game evolve?
It is incredible for us to have been going for so long now. It is wild to think all the way back to Grounded 1, being in early access, first hitting like 1 million players in the first day, and then this becoming like what it is now, where we have ant buggies at Summer Game Fest. So it's so incredible, but it still feels kind of the same. Like we're in this space, kind of just chatting with people, having people play games, give feedback on it, and so it's a little bit of the same, but also like fantastic that we've gotten to this point where I get to talk to you today and get to chat more about Grounded 2.
What goes into the decision of like adding a 2 instead of just like continuing to support the Grounded title and moving to a number? Like just some inside baseball on that would be awesome.
So there was a number of different factors. Factor number one, and the most important factor, was we knew we had to build a completely new space to sustain buggies or our mount system in the game. So with Grounded 1, the way we did like level design and area design, it wasn't really designed in mind to have mounts in the world. So we needed to kind of revamp and make a whole new world to support buggies, which is the main feature of Grounded 2. The other piece is we launched Grounded 1, like you mentioned, like in 2020. With that launch, it was also on old gen platforms, it was on old gen hardware. So as we were trying to progress and move the game forward, make it larger, do bigger things, we just kind of had to move forward with technology as well. So that the 1-2 punch of just being able to take advantage of like Unreal 5 and the features that has there, of new gen hardware, and because of buggies, all of that kind of came together to kind of make a 2. The last piece I'd say too is we knew we wanted to extend the story and tell a new chapter in the story. Grounded was never intended to be like this like never-ending kind of like game that went on forever. It was always based off of being more like The Forest or Subnautica or any of those types of games where we did want to tell them in more of a serialized fashion. And so that was also kind of the vision for the game as well.
I mean, scope's a big thing. Were buggies something you guys always wanted to do, but just didn't have the scope and time for it?
Yeah, so yes, scope was one component of it, but like I said before, the map just didn't fit well within the map. You could zip across that map on Grounded 1 way too quick if we like had the buggies that we had here. So it's awesome to be able to be like, oh yeah, the game's 3 times larger in Grounded 2. But practically speaking, it's like, yeah, we need to make it larger because we have these things that you can ride around the map, which cuts down your runtime like way faster. So a scope thing was one of it, but another piece was just practically of like making sure that it was designed well for it. The last piece I would say is, with our buggies and our mounts, it wasn't just about traversal. We also wanted to really weave it into the survival experience, and that wasn't part of the scope or the planning for Grounded 1, but it was literally the foundation for the experience from Grounded 2. So it makes it so that you're fighting with the buggies, you're exploring with the buggies, you're building with the buggies, you can do everything with buggies that you do on feet. And I think that was a really integral part for what we wanted to do with mounts to make it special to Grounded.
Can you talk about how programs like Xbox Game Preview help you develop your game and why it's so crucial in the process?
Yeah, like the combination of early access and game preview, from the jump, we really wanted to make sure we built the game in mind with the community. I don't think a lot of people realize this or reflect on this, but when we launched Grounded 1, we were the first Xbox first-party game to be a game preview title, and it was really awesome to like be able to push that forward. One of the things that we saw was just like a lot of other survival games like got so much out of iterating on it with the community, giving a little piece of the game and building it out together with them. For Grounded 2, one of the big features that we've gotten a ton of great feedback on has been on buggies. And when we were first thinking about launching buggies, the team, we wanted to do more buggies at the start, but we actually decided to pull all of that back to make sure that we got good feedback to see like, how are people using these? How are people playing with them? What feedback are we gonna get? So that way we didn't anchor ourselves too far down the line, so that way people could see their feedback actually iterating on like a major feature of the game. And so it's just been a lot of fun. It's also, it kind of holds us accountable. Like once you put your game out there, now you're like on the hook for like making sure you deliver. And we take that like really seriously, of wanting to build that trust with our community, wanting them to see. We will put stamps on what community feedback was. I don't know if you got to play here today, but there was King Dozer, which is our latest kind of boss fight there. That's been a requested boss since Grounded 1 that we could deliver on. And so just that iteration and that accountability and that trust that you get to build with the community, it makes developing a lot of fun. It makes it feel really collaborative. It kind of has that spirit of game development that like it's like an old school spirit of us all like kind of building upon each other's stuff, building upon all each other's ideas, and it makes it a lot more fun.
Yeah, it's not like it was 20, 30 years ago where like you just had to make the game and hope that it did well once the disc was printed.
That's true. I mean, and you have time to kind of like find your audience and find your space. But I still think, excuse me, I still think that with early access and game preview titles, the bar has definitely risen on what's expected from an early access game out of the jump. I mean, look at Subnautica 2 that just launched. Look at like Hades 2 when it had launched in early access. Hopefully people view this about us with Grounded 2 as well. Like that quality bar has really gone up. So there's a little bit of pressure there too, but I still really, really appreciate that model. And when you approach it very sincerely, I think you make a better game, and you also make a better community around the game because we're all kind of like in it together.
So what was it like adding something as big as the lizard in your game? That's like the biggest kind of creature you featured. I think it was birds before that, right?
So we feature colossal creatures. So we had like a koi fish and a bird, which are huge, like really big, but they're not super interactable, right? They leave certain things around the park. They might kill you if you get too close, but outside of that, they're not super interactable. The lizard is our biggest boss yet. And I think we found our limit. Like there is a limit to like the fun that can come when you make something too big, but people really want it to have that experience, and so we'll always try to find that balance of. We also delivered a garden snake in our last Toxic Tangle update, and we want to make sure that fantasy can come to life of putting these really epically scaled creatures. But I definitely don't want to push too far where we don't lose the fun. You asked about like early access and community feedback. On one of the streams, some of the community members were like, when are we going to get smaller creatures again so we could have like more agile creatures? And we're like, oh, I'm all there for you to kind of balance that out. But it's awesome to be able to realize that. I do think though there's always like you got to strike that balance because big bosses are really hard to design. Like, how do you create the space for them? How do you make sure line of sight is always easy enough? How do you not have it clip through every single thing around you and in the environment? And that's not all perfect yet with it being early access, but I think it's a lot of fun, and hopefully people had a good time with King Dozer.
Does the team have like an insect they really want to do that's on their bucket list that they haven't had a chance to put in the game yet?
If I spoiled some of those, I think that everybody would be mad at me for doing it.
What's something that you know that's not in the game, but you really want to do it anyway?
See, you're trying to like tease.
Yeah.
You're trying to tease the extra things out of me.
You'll never get X. Oh man, I wanted X.
My hesitancy is just around what I actually want to say.
You're going through all the things you know, or what you're trying to filter.
I want to pick a creature that I know we're not gonna make, that I'll just say I wish we would made without putting it out there. I can't say that one. All right, I'm not gonna say anything in the future. One of my favorite creatures that I'm glad we added was the woolly aphid. Just because I think aphids are super cute, and the woolly aphid was even cuter, and I even got it tattooed on my arm for like us getting to 5 million or getting to 2 million players on Grounded 2. So the woolly aphid was super cute. I can't spoil anything in any of the new creatures. I don't want to set those ones up yet. I'm sorry.
And also, this is the first time you're on PS5. Can you talk about that, and will you have crossplay when that's finally out?
Yeah, so absolutely, crossplay will be on PlayStation 5 as long as you log into your Microsoft account. And it's not only cross-play, it's also cross-progression, and our shared world stuff will work together. So if you've been playing on Xbox or PC and you want to jump over to PS5, all you got to do is log into your Xbox account. You're good to go there. What we're really excited about this time around is PlayStation players last time had to wait until after our 1.0 launch to get to play, and we missed out on all of their great feedback and all of the great iteration we could have gotten on PlayStation for what we could do to take advantage of that platform and those features. And so we're super excited that this time around we get to bring them into the early access window, and similar to almost like what we do with Xbox, help kind of shape like what do early access games look like on PlayStation. I know there's not been a ton of them that have existed, and so we're excited to be one of the earlier ones that are kind of pushing that new model forward on PlayStation.
And how big is too big? Will you guys ever do like a dog or a cat? Maybe not like fight it, but interact with it, climb on it?
So there's always a balance of realism and fun. You are the size of an ant. So if you think about that from a scale perspective, if we made a dog it would murder you in like a second. Like you'd barely, it would be so loud, it would like shake everything around you. It's the same thing with like people ask for weather a lot. Like a raindrop would drown you immediately. It would just be auto death. So if I like actually made it somewhat realistic, rain would just kill. It would be like you just can't go outside. You just have to hide until the rain is done, until you're not done anymore. But we always want to play with scale. Like I said, we can use Colossal to try to do that from time to time, where maybe they're a little bit less interactive or maybe they're a little bit more puzzle-oriented, and that's how we'll kind of do some of those things. But we probably won't do a dog. Just because you want to be able, we probably won't do a dog. I'll say that. We probably won't do a dog. But never say never.
You guys planning on adding flying mounts in your game anytime soon?
Number one, after PlayStation, the number 2 most requested feature are flying mounts. So we are exploring it. Similar to Grounded 1 though, the moment you add in a flying creature and a flying mount, you've now broken the scale and the scope of your game, right? Because you can just zip around the whole park. But we're exploring it.
Well, you could, but if you fly too fast or too high, maybe a bird can automatically kill you. So you have to like watch it, right? You got to stay low and slow.
Maybe that's a way we could solve it. Maybe there's stamina pieces we could do to solve it. Maybe we've thought about this a lot to think about it. I'll say this, if we do add flying creatures and flying buggies, they would come towards the end, closer to 1.0.
Okay. And then, so when you release it on PS5, when's the next big update?
So, actually, our next big update comes along with PS5. So, in addition to our PlayStation announcement, we also announced the Into the Abyss update, which is the central piece of that is the pond area. So, it's going to be underwater gameplay and underwater content, as well as a mountain and a bayou area. So, it's actually our biggest update yet. It's coming alongside the PlayStation 5 launch on August 11th.
How do you make, swimming's always been finicky in video games. How do you make swimming fun in a survival game?
It's funny that you say that. One of the things we wanted to do with swimming is we call it, because everything is 2.0 because it's a sequel to the game, but we call it Swimming 2.0, where we've actually added a little bit more combat and traversal. So now, in Grounded 2, we added like a dodge and a more timely dodge. We've actually put that in underwater, so you can like dodge. We also added projectile weapons, so now there's like harpoons that you can use underwater. And we're experimenting with a bunch of other things too to help make swimming better. But this is another big piece of, we have some initial ideas and we're gonna have this baseline of underwater combat. This is where early access plays a huge role, right? A bunch of people are gonna jump in, a bunch of people will play, and we'll learn and we'll iterate on that. And by the time we get to 1.0, I think we'll have pretty cool underwater combat. I'm pretty optimistic, I'm pretty excited, but having obviously played a good chunk of it already.
You know, everybody points to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids as like, you know, kind of the default movie, but did you guys also pull from other things like TV shows like Rescue Rangers or The Borrowers? I can't even say the name. Have you seen the movie, The Borrowers? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
So the other big reference, in addition to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, are like the Goonies. Like from a vibe perspective, in terms of like what we want you to feel of like that, like on an adventure that's probably more dangerous than you expected it to be, but also kind of fantastical and fun. That's another big piece that we've always kind of pulled from, where we're the Goonies for a nostalgia trip.
The lament is over. Indulgence begins.
You long to see them hurt. You want your hands to do the hurting. Show me how you hunt, Aiden Lynch.
Calls to you. Make your devotion known.
So hello, I'm Vid Ryan. I am the Associate Director on the Hellraiser, the Clive Barker's Hellraiser revival.
So how did this game start? How did this journey begin? How did you guys end up getting the rights and making a game for Hellraiser?
So Saber Interactive, they interacted with the Boss Team Games, who are the licensors of the Hellraiser, and yeah, they got rights to the IP. So yeah, our dev team has always been looking for like such a huge and important franchise to work on, and we were pretty excited, yeah, to work on a horror such famous as Hellraiser.
So where in this timeline does this game take place? There's been multiple movies and books and spin-offs. Like, where does this take place in the Hellraiser world?
Yeah, it takes place 20 years after the original Hellraiser film. It has been the story has been worked on with Clive Barker himself. So the man, you know, the legendary author and the director is involved in it, and we are keeping consistent with the Hellraiser lore. But it is an original and unique story set in the Hellraiser universe.
Now, I got to do some combat, I got to do some puzzles, got to see some cool atmospheric levels. What were some inspirations when you were designing the game? What did you pull from film, other than Hellraiser, film media, other games?
Sure, Hellraiser was, because it's so multimedia, it has like books, it has movies, it has comic books, so it's a really rich tapestry of what it can offer. So our main inspiration was coming from there. Otherwise, yeah, we probably subconsciously, because we play a lot of games, we took from inspiration from here and there. But most of it is based around the first two films, I would say, and then some auxiliary ones are from the rest of the franchise.
Now you have your standard, you know, you have melee weapons. I saw like axes, machetes. You have shotguns, machine guns, like, you know, kind of like the standard. But you also have the Rubicon. Talk about how you use that to fight and solve puzzles.
So the cube is called the Genesis configuration in our game. It's called the Lament configuration in the original films, but there are many configurations in the Hellraiser lore, and there is a specific narrative, so story reason why it's called like that and why it can help you. Help you in fighting like enemies, but also we needed a gameplay reason to have it up front. So you will see that in our game you can hold one weapon in one hand and the other one the configuration. It was really important for us to have it on screen and give it enough presence, let's say.
Talk about the different environments we'll be exploring. I went into the Xenobite realm, and I also was exploring a house and even like a sex club.
That's true. That's true. So we do have different environments. Some of them are in the real world. Some of them in the labyrinth, which is this hellish landscape. It's very imaginative, and yeah, some of them like happen. You're not sure if they happen inside of the heads of the characters. So they are all like. Sometimes they are metaphorical spaces, you know, more abstract. So yeah, you will be having like variety of environments which still fit like the overall atmosphere of discomfort. Yeah.
One of the things I was kind of really impressed about in the demo that I played was your. There was a lot more puzzles. It was a lot more puzzle-centric than I thought it was going to be. Of course, you have your standard combat. And I don't want to say combat's easy, but like it's got to be more challenging to design puzzles and have the player be able to figure those out in an environmental way. Can you talk about the puzzle elements in your game and how you guys designed them and made them interesting and also like on brand with Hellraiser?
Sure. I wouldn't necessarily say that the puzzles are more challenging to design than the others. It's a different arena, I would say. For the puzzles themselves, yeah, we are offering like a variety, but it was also important for us to have a reason to not let them be like only random puzzles, but also to have a configuration be used in unique ways to solve those puzzles. So yeah, we were just looking at the creative ways, and of course the franchise is creating enough in itself. You know, it's literally like the configuration is the puzzle box. So it was very natural for us to think of the game to have puzzle elements. And of course, not only the puzzles, but also, like you said, combat, some stealth sections. You know, some of them will be also strategically, like because there are enemies which you cannot fight because they are too OP, let's say. And of course, there are Cenobites who are the icons of the franchise, who you will be needing to interact in different ways. And some of them, yeah, could be like labeled as puzzles as well.
So talk about how you worked with Clive on the game, and how has that collaboration work? Did he supply you with a story? Did you supply him with a story? Like, talk about how you worked with him.
So Clive was mostly involved in the ideation phase. Of course, we really wanted to have his approval of the story. So we crafted it alongside him. He gave us a lot of feedback on it just to nail that Hellraiser feeling and vibe, with it. And then afterwards, he was involved as more of an advisory role. Well, we would, from time to time, give him builds of our game, and he would just, approve it or give his opinion on it. So, it was great. It was great working with Clive.
What's the weirdest or most interesting feedback Clive gave you on your game?
So he did tell us a lot of small details. I would say I think he has a really good eye for details. I would say, So nothing really comes to mind. I couldn't give you some snippet or something like that. It's just overall it was a great collaboration. Also, I would say Doug Bradley as the voice of Pinhead. While we were recording him, he has his own because. He has been for so long, in the first movie it was in '87. So he gave us a lot of tidbits and also his own interpretation of the character because he has been acting as a Pinhead for so long. And we took also his feedback into consideration while crafting his voice lines.
The game is incredibly gory. Was that fun for your team to make a game where there's just so much gore and blood and dismemberment?
After working so long on it, we're kind of used to it, in a way. We are numb to it. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. But watching you guys play it, it's always surprising for us, how much, because we always want to up the ante, so then we look at the people and they're really surprised, by the amount of it. But I would say it's not gratuitous. The gore in our game does have its, of course, Hellraiser is a bit campy as well, so it needed to have a gore in it, but the point of it is not like a slasher movie or something like that. It's more of intermixing these gruesome and pushing the boundaries, of what can happen on screen under certain ratings. But also there is this philosophical side to it. So, and of course the sexual, explicit themes. So it was fun making it. Yeah.
I think it's interesting. Your studios in Europe, right? Is that where you guys are? Yeah. In Europe, violence is kind of frowned upon, but sex is okay. Anything adult oriented is okay. But in America, violence is okay. But anything with sex isn't okay. Was there any challenges when making a balance? Because you don't see a lot of games that have explicit nudity or themes of sexual encounters. We have a few, but not very many. Mm-hmm.
We did have coordinator for filming those intimacy coordinator for filming those scenes, So it was. It was fun. It was, I would say, probably a little challenging to make it. We were mostly concerned what will be the ratings of the game. So we were okay, we're going to push it as far as we can, and then we'll see what the ratings say, because we didn't want to compromise the core of it, because if you don't have those kinds of scenes, then you're not making a Hellraiser, and we wanted to be true to the franchise.
I think I've seen one game that was rated A for adult, 18 and 21 and up or 18 and up. I don't think, and a lot of. Are you aiming for a mature rating? Is that what you're hoping for?
Yes. Mature 17 plus. We already got the ESRB rating for that, but there are other rating boards as well. So, hopefully, cross our fingers that it's going to be.
When does the game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
So the platforms are PC via Steam, Xbox Series X and S, and PlayStation 5. And when it's coming out, well, it's this year. I cannot say the proper release date, but you have that window this year.
Just because I have to ask everyone this, because I think it's interesting. Any plans for Nintendo Switch 2?
Well, we cannot say at the moment, let's say, yeah.
If anyone is listening, this is Dr. Lily Pierce on planet LV-558 in Storespoon. Xenomorphs have overrun the colony. I repeat, overrun the colony. We're running out of air and people are dying. Send the Marines. Send everyone.
saw him late.
Hi there, my name is Lyle Hall. I am the general manager and executive producer at Cold Iron Studios.
So can you talk about the biggest lessons you took from the first game that you brought with you into the second?
Yes, I sure can. The first game had 3 players, so your squad was 3 players. We really wanted to listen to the audience and not only bring the best things from the first game, but augment those things and bring some new things to the game. So the big thing being a 4th player. So your squad is now 4 players, whether it's 4 human players or a combination of AI players and human players. So that's been the biggest difference. I think players also wanted more teamwork, more cooperation, more variety of weapons, more varieties of skills and special abilities, and we brought all those to bear in Aliens Fireteam Elite 2. The story's new. There are some returning characters from the first game, but there are a bunch of new characters as well. We have a bunch of new weapons. We have a bunch of new classes. So we've got 6 different classes available to play in the game, 5 of which you play at the start, and that's the Medic, Marauder, Machinist, Duelist, and the Medic. And the 6th class is the Specialist, and what's really cool, that's brand new, and what's really cool about the Specialist is you can aggregate your favorite skills and your favorite abilities from the other classes into this Specialist class. So it's basically kind of a roll your own, build your own class the way that you want it.
So you can like kind of unlock things that you like with the medic and the like shotgunner and kind of combine it into your own class.
Yes, that's that type of idea, yes. So if you like things from the medic, but you also like some of the aggressive offense from some of the other classes, you can play a little bit of each, open up the Specialist class, and see all the progress that you made in one class there.
Can all 4 people be the specialist on Fireteam?
Yes. Yes, sorry, I need to wait for you to put that.
No.
Yes, they can. That's actually one of the fun things about the game is you can have 4 medics if you want to. You may be a little bit defensive in your posture, but you're going to have a hard time getting overwhelmed by the enemies with that much health power.
So talk about some of the weapons that will be returning, as well as new ones you'll be able to unload on.
Of course, well, there's always the classic pulse rifle that we all know and love, and that very unique sound, and we absolutely made sure that it sounds just like that in our game. So that's certainly one of the things that people would find missing. It's almost a requirement, right?
Yes.
We've got grenade launchers, we've got plasma weapons, we've got. Actually, the cool thing that's new is the elemental damage types. So we've got fire, cryo, electric shock, acid damage over time, and a 5th one that we're not talking about today. But you can bring these elemental powers to all of your weapons by playing through the game and unlocking perks and different customizations.
Well, we can talk about it, right? I mean, we could maybe talk about it.
We could talk about it as you probably see him playing. If you look down there in the bottom center there, he's got his plasma rifle. The plasma rifle comes with incendiary rounds, or basically things that light things on fire. As you know, if you watch the movies, Xenos don't like fire. Right, but we have some new enemies in this game that are synths, and the synths don't really get bothered by fire too much. But man, if you've got the electrical shock weapon, that can really, really do some damage against the synths. They're very vulnerable to that.
Can we play a guessing game? What's the 5th element? Is it blood damage?
You'll have to play the game.
I'm trying to think what else you could be. Like, you got to hit all the things. Yeah, because like corrosive is toxic, basically. Yeah, I won't play the game.
What special one? What surprise? Yeah, I gotta save some surprises.
So where in the Aliens universe and timeline does this take place? Because I know there's multiple alien like mythoses.
Yes, and we are obviously inside the alien intellectual property. We have our own little space there. But our game takes place 28 years after the first movie.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, so, and then the second game takes place 5 years after the first game. So it's about 33 years after the very first movie.
So you mentioned some new enemy types, right? Yes. More variety. Talk about some of that.
So in the first game, we only had Xenos for you to fight against, right? In this game, we've added a whole cadre of synths that have all kinds of different locomotions, weapons, ways of attacking you, ways of making you change how you approach and shoot them. So we got a bunch of different kinds of synths. We've got a bunch of returning Xenos from the first game and a bunch of new ones.
I think I saw them in some of your gameplay. They're Working Joes, right?
There's Working Joes. Those are some of the synths, and they've got a big hammer, and they want to bring it as close to your head as possible.
Talk about some of the environments that you'll be exploring and how you made those better from the first game.
Sure thing. So the story has a distress call made from this planet, this mining colony. Xeno infestation, Xeno breakout, people are dying. A ship is sent out to investigate, and no one hears from the ship again. And then the Marines are sent in, which is you, to go figure out what's going on, clean up the mess, save who's ever savable. So that puts us in a bunch of different cool environments. A whole planet that we've never seen before, a ship that we have seen before because it's the Endeavor from the first game, and then some other environments that we can't talk about today, but we're excited about you guys seeing when the game comes out.
So how many waves are there in a level, and do you have an infinite, or is it all, or is there an infinite wave mode?
It depends on the level. So in this particular level, Rust and Peace that we have here, it's a combination of Xenos and Synths as you go from combat encounter to a combat encounter. There's no fixed number of waves or combat encounters per level. It really depends on the way the level was designed and built out. But in this particular level, it's not just Xenos or Synths. It's a combination of both as you progress the level. Some levels you'll find will be Synth focused. Some levels you'll find will be Xeno focused. Being able to have 4 players on screen at the same time and the amount of enemies and the amount of action and chaos that we have is something that you couldn't do on a lot of platforms that didn't exist before today's PC power, PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series. So I think it's a combination of technology. Also, the movies, they have a diverse plot line, diverse, different pacing and sort of storytelling. Aliens, which is the second movie, which is probably what we're closest to, is probably more unusual than not in terms of the type of movie or storytelling that's done in those films. So I think it's a combination of just us realizing that there's a fantasy out there that people want to be a Marine, right? And they want to go fight Xenos, and they want to do it with their friends.
So you have your publisher is Daybreak. So what has Daybreak and Fox supplied in terms of help and support to help make this game a reality?
Sure, our friends, our partners at Fox are the ones that really help us develop and hone new ideas so that we can have more variety, that we can expand on the IP that you see in the film or even in the first game to bring more to players. So it's been great to have them as partners because they know the IP incredibly well. We all know the lore together, and we're able to work together to expand that. Daybreak has a great set of publishing partners and people on the PR, marketing, and sales teams. The world's a little bit different than it was from a market standpoint years ago, right? We've got influencers, we've got community, we've got all kinds of content creators that take what's out there and what's popular, and they do all kinds of cool things with it that you would never have seen or expected before. So having access to that variety and expanse of opportunities to be able to get the game in front of players is really what they're helping us do.
Did Fox supply you with the original movie files, sound files, reference, concept art, any stuff like that to help make the game as realistic as possible in terms of an alien universe?
Sure. There's definitely some reference that we've got that we've been able to leverage over the course of the development of the game. They're able to get us access to proprietary assets that we can use in the title, but they're also there just to make sure that we all love what we're making as much as we can.
Can you talk about your progression system, like how you level up in the game, what do you earn, and how does that work?
Sure thing. So you start off in the game, whatever class you've chosen, whatever weapons loadout you begin with, and as you play through the game through each level, you're going to get XP on each of the weapons, gear, special abilities, add-ons that you have as part of your kit. You also get experience as a player. We give you a combat rating at the end of each level. Then you're able to take all that XP, all that currency into the armory and buy new weapons, new gear, augment things, customize things, and grow with the game.
Can you walk us through a day in your job as a studio head? What do you do all day? What's your average day? Do you just make sure everyone's on track? Do you sign papers? Do you say no a lot?
Yes to all of the above. But you try to say as many yeses as you can. I think especially in a business like this, there's always a way to find to build something or create something or implement something. That's, I think, one of the funnest things about working in this space is there's always a way, right? Maybe you don't have time, maybe you don't have the resources, but there's always a way. And I think that's that inventiveness and the ability to, create synthesized technology, art, sound together and find a way to deliver that experience to players is really unique. As far as what my day is, a lot of email, a lot of conference calls, getting to play the game. Certainly now that we're close to the end of development and we're getting this thing out soon, getting to play the game and making sure that it is as bug-free and polished as possible. That's the fun part of the game, of my job. It's great to hear people react like that. They're having fun. So it's a combination of some mundane things that are part of every job and some really fun things like getting to work with incredibly talented people making an awesome video game.
Well, you guys have cross-play at launch.
We do. Just like the first game. It's available for cross-play on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation.
Can we just reflect on that for a minute? What a time to have cross-play. 10 years ago, that was not a thing. It would have never been a thing. People would have laughed you out of the boardroom, and now it's like expected on almost every multiplayer platform.
I think that's a reflection of the users wanting, give the users what they want, right? People have been clamoring for it for years. They had these walled gardens, and they're beautiful, but people want to play together. And we've built, if you think about, to your point about genre, right? There's a lot more multiplayer games now than there were 10 years ago because we have the ability to make them based upon internet connectivity. We're not trying to just do LAN games anymore, right? Everyone's connected. Right, so being able to leverage that, right, with multiplayer with games, I think that's how you've landed here.
Now, the big question after that is cross-progression between platforms?
We are not offering that, certainly not talking about that today, but not offering that at least today.
Do you have a favorite class in the game you like to play and why?
I've got two. I really like the Hunter because I like his gun combo, but I also really like the Machinist for his gun combo, or for that shouldn't say his, for that class's combo. You've got two weapons and a pistol typically, and then you've got some special abilities. And so the combination of the different guns and special abilities, those are going to be what speaks to you as a player and what's going to drive you to choose which class you play.
So when does your game come out and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
Sure thing. This game comes out summer 2026, and we're going to be on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation simultaneously.
Any plans for Nintendo Switch 2?
We have no plans for Nintendo Switch 2 as of today.
Jonathan Blow. I'm president of Tekla Inc., which is a small indie developer that I've been head of for a while. I don't know how many years. Some amount of time.
So Jonathan, tell us about the Order of the Sinking Star. Give us the elevator pitch about what this game's all about.
It's a very large puzzle game, probably one of the biggest ever made. It's non-linear. It gives you a lot of player choice, and the design motivation behind the game is to create a scenario where there's just tons and tons of different gameplay mechanics that come together and create a lot of possibility for puzzles. And the way we do that is by having a situation where there's an overworld and you wander around it, and from there, at the beginning of the game, you can drop down into 4 different worlds, which each is a completely separate place with its own characters, its own story, and its own gameplay mechanics, most importantly, right? So each one of those is a complete game. And it seems like an anthology of 4 games for a while, with just some more freedom of how you go into them. And then at some point they start coming together, and things from one world end up mixing with things from another world. And it creates like a super big variety of puzzles. And so because of that, it's a really big game. These numbers are not a promise, but like if you wanted to be completionist and be like, I'm going to play every single puzzle, it might be 400 hours, it might be 500 hours. It's really big.
You can say approximately. That gets you out of it.
Approximately, yes, possibly, maybe that big. And then, there's also there's a 3-ending structure though. So if you don't want a new hobby and you just want to play a game and get to the end, there's an ending for you that doesn't require you to do everything.
So I was told this game has been in development for over 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, we did a bunch of stuff in that. So I made a new programming language because I don't like C++, which is the one we make games in. Then we made a new game engine, and that's in the modern day, that's a big endeavor and it's complicated. And then all the way, this was in simultaneous development, so it's not like it's sequential, but like I'm just giving the impression.
Only game you're working on for 10 years, or has been?
It is mostly. We did the anniversary edition of Braid, and then we have some prototypes of some other games that people haven't seen yet. May never see, I don't know. But this has been the main thing. So, yeah, it's been a long time. And part of that is all this stuff we've been doing to get the technical foundation, but part of it is also just the game is really big. It was supposed to be small, and because we're doing this new programming language, and I'm like, I'll do a new game in the language to show that the language is good. Let's just make it a small game, and it didn't end up being small.
Do you want to sit down and talk about scope with you, Jonathan?
Yeah, I just never. I mean, people out there will know this is one of the things that happens that developers do is they start a game, they have ambitions, and then they have to trim it down and be realistic, and then the game isn't as good as what they had envisioned. And I've never done that. And I guess I didn't start this time, So it's really good. It's a really fantastic game. I think I'm you're allowed to have your own opinion.
You talk about like your programming, like you made your own engine for this game. I mean, that solves a lot of problems for you internally, but if you have problems, there's no support system for you to try to solve those problems other than yourselves, right?
Well, there's a bunch of things like that. So, you may have heard of other developers, I won't name names, but like giving up their in-house engine, even though it's kind of okay, to go with like Unreal or Unity. And like as the industry kind of solidifies, there's a bunch of weird reasons for that. So one, like hiring and outsourcing. Like if you're going to hire someone and they know Unity, then they can kind of like get on your Unity game and be productive right away. Whereas when we hire people, we have to teach them up in a whole separate system. Similarly with outsourcing or something. We don't outsource, but if that was your model of how you make a game, it's hard to outsource when you have a custom engine that nobody understands, right? But for me, I think it's really important to just do what we can to make our small contribution in moving technology forward, which isn't going to look like, we don't have an equivalent of like Nanite or Lumen or whatever, but we do have other things that programmers care about, and I just like making engines. I think it's a fun thing to do.
What was it like porting the game onto Switch 2?
Again, on the one hand, it's harder than if you were using an off-the-shelf engine, because, if you're using Unreal or Unity, someone who made that engine sort of did a lot of the porting work for you, and you can just target it, and then maybe, I don't know, we have to resize the textures and all that. For us, it's like we have to make it like run from zero, on the system. Which is a lot of work, but it's the kind of thing that programmers actually like, because the good thing about this kind of platform is it's very well defined. It's like, here's the CPU, here's the GPU, here's the amount of memory it has. And so we can make good decisions and know that they're correct, right? Whereas when you're shipping something, on Steam or whatever, it's like, I don't know what system people are going to run this on. And it's just a very different situation, right? I don't know what driver level they're going to have and all these things.
Could this game run on Switch 1? Theoretically?
We haven't explored that yet. We thought a little bit about it. We probably could make it work. It just, for a small developer like us, it's hard to do that much work. And when... You always have to make a choice. Do we make the next game? Do we put the current game on more platforms and so on? And so we'll see. Right now, it's literally all we can do to like get the game as it is out on the platforms that it's coming out on. And then we'll think about that stuff. The graphics wouldn't be as good as Switch 2, right? We would have to tone the shaders down and simplify some geometry and all that, but you can do those things, right? So... I don't know, but it's not on the roadmap, is what I would say.
What was the biggest lesson you took from your past games that you brought with you to Order of the Sinking Star?
For me, there's like always a design thread that goes through. So when I finished Braid and then I went on The Witness, it was like, oh, I'm interested in like nonverbal communication that happened a little bit in Braid, and I want to make a game about that. And for this, so in The Witness, we did these puzzles that they have symbols inside, and it sort of looks like a pen and paper puzzle, but of course there's surprises for those who don't know the game. But the design of those symbols was such that like I need to think ahead and make sure that when we put different symbols with different rule sets in the same puzzle, they'll like interact and generate interesting situations and surprise. And so then this game was about, instead of starting with little puzzle symbols, what if we magnify it so like we start with entire games, and let's put entire games together and have them interact and blow up and create surprise. And so that's where this came from.
What do you think is the biggest mistake, in your opinion, that AAA studios, indie developers make when they're making their first game or getting their first game published?
Oh, the first game. I don't know. I mean, the reason I don't know is there's just such a wide variety. Like most developers now are indie at some level, right? The industry has sort of changed where AAA is not like it used to be, and you just see all sorts of things. You see all sorts of people doing great who don't need any advice at all. I think if I was going to just be grumpy and complain, what I would say is, back in the old days, before the industry had turned mostly indie, when it was like a few indies and then mostly AAA, everyone would complain about AAA is not very original, they don't take very many risks, you know, they don't like move creativity about what's in a game forward very frequently. They do sometimes, but not that often. And that's understandable when you see the budget levels and all that. And so back then we would all say, well, the role of indies is to take more risk and to do more creative things at a smaller budget level. And sometimes you see that now, but a lot of the time you still don't. Like a lot of indies are just sort of making a game that would be AAA but on a lower budget, you know, and then why would anyone play that game when they could play the AAA one? Or just they'll be creative in the realm of like characters and maybe even art style, but like I don't feel like there's that much creativity in design. So that's just me being grumpy old man. But yeah, I would, and you know, if you have a game that's like really different play-wise from a lot of other games, people recognize it and they'll go. So like you know, Blueprints from last year is an example of that, right? It's like there's not really a game where you go around and you like build a house and where you put the rooms matters and all these things. And so there's just a lot of people are like, oh, this is cool, and it's not. It's focused and concentrated because those people aren't playing other similar games because there are no other similar games, right? Yeah.
What advice would you give to maybe a high school student who really wants to make video games for a living? Like, where would he start? What advice would you give to that student?
You will go on the internet and you will see all sorts of people who are like, AI will just make the game for you. It's not really true. So even in so there's all this controversy about AI for art and all that, and I do think all that's like slop. You should use human people. But also just for code, like the impression that people have is like it'll just generate the game, and it's really not true. Like if people who are good at programming can look at that code and just realize like, oh, this is straight up trash, right? But it somehow kind of runs, but then the more you try to polish it and the more you try to build it up into a bigger, because you know the little things you see are like, I don't know, a little asteroids game or something, and there's a big difference between that and a lot of the games that you see here in terms of complexity. And as you try to add that complexity, it just falls apart. So like, at least as of 2026, you still want to learn to program or get together with someone who can. You could use AI code generation to like do very early idea tryouts and prototyping, but the problem is, even with prototyping, like the difference between not fun and fun is just a few things. It's like, does it feel good to move around or does it suck or whatever? And the AI is going to make something that sucks. So, so on the one hand, it's a good time because you do have all these tools and stuff that people never had. But on the other hand, you have to be careful not to buy too much into the hype and to, like, gamers want to play something good. They don't want to play slop, right? And so as long as you make sure that what you're making is good or you're learning how to make things that are good, you're on the right track.
And then last question is, when does your game come out and what platforms are you aiming for at launch? $1 million question.
We're not announcing the release date yet. It is in 2026. We are still on track for that. We're going to have a demo on Steam that people could check out. And, you know, in terms of what platforms it's on, obviously it's on Switch too. Obviously it's on PC. We'll see about other places.
My name is Johan Oettinger. I am the game director of Outer Worlds.
So, Jan, for people who are unfamiliar with this game, give us a brief elevator pitch about what this game is all about.
This game is about Kurt and Carla, who is the two main characters. They are the best of friends you can imagine. They can talk about everything, but Kurt is moving away, and they find themselves as early teens. They know each other all their life, and they suddenly lose the way to talk to each other. Everything seems confusing and weird, and it's of course a love story, and they're sucked into their inner world. They lose their mouths, and in their inner world they have to find how to talk to each other again. And you do that as two players only, two-player co-op, and you help each other. You get in sync, and the characters, through a lot of struggle, their inner shadow grows. They meet characters, they make friends, and they come out on the other side, regaining their mouths and being able to say one of the most difficult things it is as a human to say is that I care about you, I'm gonna miss you, you mean so much to me, which is just so difficult for us to declare, but especially as teenagers. And I love coming of age stories so much.
Where did the idea for this game come from?
The idea is I'm making it together with a poet, and the idea itself of falling into language, falling into a world where language has become tactile is Morten's idea, and he brought it to me, and we built this whole world around it with characters and the story of these two kids. And the story of them is based on a true story of myself and at that age with my best friend that I lost because I didn't know how to say things. Yeah.
Talk about the art design in this game. Like, what made you decide to go to this aesthetic? You can go a lot of different ways. This is super unique and something you don't see a lot of, especially in video games.
Yes, this is the big dream of mine, to make this game particularly, or games like this. My studio is turning 20 years this year. We've made stop motion, always made stop motion, all kinds of stop motion, but this is my first game. And the dream of making a handcrafted stop motion game is something I had since I was 11. I think there is some magic to both mediums, and I love those both mediums so much, and bringing it together, the tactileness, when the magic of games where just pressing a button makes you connected to it, and bringing that into stop motion where I feel when it's a puppet and you can feel those tactileness becomes very, very special and very, very distilled emotion for me, because that energy is really something else. And then my dream as a child, and still is, to make games that are actual games, that are engaging and full of action. And traditionally a game with this kind of aesthetic or art direction doesn't have that. It's full of action, full of adventure, something you really get pulled into as gamers, but keeping the very inviting. I love 2D platformers. It breaks away a bit from 2D platforming, but 2D platforming is very special. There's some magic there because it's very simple. And you can make it very difficult, and you can make it easy. You can tell a story in it, and this is very beautiful, I think.
What are some challenges when creating a game using stop motion over like traditional computer-generated imagery?
Yes. So again, this is my first game, but I made stop motion all my life. So stop motion is very easy for me, and handcrafting is very, very fast. And making games is a whole other challenge. I think in any art direction is a whole other challenge. So bringing that together has been really this developing a pipeline where we are very agile, because handcrafting is fast, but getting it in the computer and making it look a certain way, it has to look like it's in front of the camera, and the light is really important. The photography is really important. So that mix, and also taking the winds where they are, because some things are very fast in the computer, like making a spherical shape is very hard by hand, but fast in the computer. Then we put the handcrafted texture on it. Some of it, more organic, is very, very fast to build by hand, like the robot head or something like that. It's very fast because you can carve it out and then 3D scan it and get it into the engine. And some stuff is very, very fast in stop motion. Other stuff is faster to animate, rig the photogrammetry. So it's that balance of making a pipeline where in that fidelity, I think we have reached a point where we can do that fidelity faster in our pipeline than you can do in computer graphics, because we get so much for free. Like you take a piece of fabric, it's already beautiful if you choose the right one, and then you cut it and it's ready. And everything is finite in the real world, which makes all the choices you do finite. So if you cut the fabric, that's it. If you cut it wrong, you have to get a new piece of fabric. So that makes it very fast too, to make something by hand.
After the design concept is done, how long does it take you to actually make the puppet, film ready?
Yeah. So to make a game that is an actual game, then you need to take the game design very serious and the tech very serious. So we try to keep that process very long and very agile, meaning very crude graphics, and then adding the aesthetics when it's ready for it. And then we can move very fast, because again, handcrafting is very fast, and then getting in the engine is quite fast. So moving from something that is what we call gray box to the full fidelity is like, and we have to hit that right at the right moment. Yeah.
And when does your game come out? What platforms are you aiming for at launch?
Coming out early 27, and we are releasing simultaneously on Xbox, PlayStation, PC, and the Nintendo Switch 2.
Daniel Knight, and I'm the CEO and game director.
I'm Anna Dukakis, and I'm senior narrative designer.
All right, so we just looked at 1.0 of Phasmophobia, and I'm curious if you guys could just walk me through what do you think are some of the biggest changes going into 1.0, and sort of what your biggest priorities were in working in the 1.0 version of the game after all these years?
Our biggest priority was just making the game be brand new for current players. And the biggest changes by far, I think, is the sound and all the ghost changes. So there's so many visual changes there, and just everything coming together is just completely redefines the horror.
Yeah, as Dan was saying, I think it's like an overhaul of the horror experience in totality. So, making everything feel a lot more immersive, a lot more terrifying, and that kind of comes from everything, like the audio, the ghost models, and obviously from my side, like narrative stuff as well. So, kind of like seeding a bit more backstory, not only for the maps, but kind of like a meta story that players can dig into and look for answers in as well.
You guys also talked a lot about lore, and I've seen much chatter about speculation and whatnot in the Phasmophobia universe. So what's that process like for you when you do go to expand the world, and you kind of have like audience expectations in a way that you're sort of having to live up to or play with, or do you maybe not even look at it that way when you go to design?
Yeah, so I mean, we really do care about what players are invested in, and we want to make an experience that is really great for them. So, when we approached looking at the lore, we wanted to make sure that it fits with the game as it stands now, and it works with what we've got, as opposed to just, overhauling everything that already exists. At the same time, we wanted to make sure that it feels cohesive, and, we're telling an interesting story that players can follow along with. So, yeah, we definitely worked internally as a team to make sure that we felt that the story we're telling is right. But yeah, we definitely check in on, let's say, like what fans are paying attention to, what they're theorizing about, and, thinking about where we want to make sure that we're satisfying them with the answers that we're giving.
So something that really intrigued me that you guys talked about was wanting to make the game scarier, specifically with your improvements to ghost models, audio specifically. It's really hard to scare people in games, I think. There's a lot that goes into constructing a scare, especially in a multiplayer game where people do play them in social settings and people are like laughing and goofing off with their friends. So can you talk about how the advancements in 1.0 are going to make the game scarier?
Yeah, I think one of the other parts as well is players play for like hundreds or even like thousands of hours sometimes, and they get used to the horror. So one of the biggest things that we can do to make the game scary again is by adding new things and changing what is already there, so that players can't expect what is about to happen. So we are adding a lot more like randomization and just a lot more content in general. So there's just gonna be a lot there for players to experience.
Got it. I'm also curious to hear more about the Willow map, which you guys told us is getting a rework, kind of part of this effort to go in and put more like original assets created by your team now. Could you talk about the process of just revisiting these classic maps that have been in the game for a while that players have come to know and love, but also kind of modernizing them and putting your own proper spin on them?
Yeah, so like Willow is I think the second highest played map. So we recently reworked Tanglewood, and that went over very well with our players. We aim to not change the layout because everyone's so used to them already. So our main goal is to go into the maps and just increase the quality and add more content.
Then I want to ask about the ghosts themselves, because you guys showed us a bunch of new concept art and then the models of them. We got to see one in action. It was very creepy. So just from an artistic perspective, you talk about just creating these new versions of these characters.
Yeah, so it's been very fun working alongside, with the art team. I think it's like a very collaborative process to try and figure out, who are these ghosts, because we want them to have a very distinct and unique visual identity, but also that should tie in with, whatever their backstory is as well, and that ties into the larger story that we're trying to tell in Phasmophobia. So yeah, it was very much a kind of like two-way conversation of trying to figure out who these people were, and sometimes the art would inspire or inform a lot of like backstory that I was creating, and sometimes there'd be things that I wanted to put in the story that they would find ways to kind of like tell visually as well. So I think it's been really cool getting to kind of like shape them, and hopefully players will be intrigued and terrified when they see them in the game.
And something I'm excited about, the game's going to be coming to Nintendo Switch 2 with the 1.0 update. You could just talk about bringing the game to Nintendo's console, having, Phasmophobia on the Nintendo handheld system, or the hybrid, I guess, because you can also dock it and put it on TV. But any sort of unique challenges or just cool things you guys have experienced during that process, maybe?
Yeah, Switch 2 is something we wanted to do for a long time. I think each platform has their own challenges, but we're going to have feature parity with the other platforms. We're just really excited to get this out and get it out to new players.
Is there any particular thing that you guys are most excited for fans to see in 1.0?
I think just everything. There's so much work that's gone into this. Like I said, the sound, the visuals, the narrative, there's just so much in there. We're just really excited for players just to see all of it.
I mean, my answer is pretty similar to Dan. I think it's the details. I think there's a lot of thought and care that's gone into all of the audio, visuals, animations, everything. And for the players who pay attention, I think they'll get a lot out of just kind of being curious and paying attention to stuff, because there's kind of like little details in all aspects of the game. So I think that'll be cool.
Just for funsies, do you guys have a favorite horror or scary movie that you like?
My favorite is Aliens.
Yeah, it's really hard to pick one. I like a couple that popped into my head. I love It Follows. I think that was really kind of like doing some new things and just like very unsettling and like leaves you feeling unsettled even after the movie's over. And The Witch, really like The Witch. Again, totally different period and everything, but again, just so many slow burn, very, very satisfying moments. So yeah.
Do you feel it? Something is coming. An intrusive pattern. Of staggering power. Reshaping reshaping reality as we know it. Everything we tried to keep inside eventually worms its way out. You must have had good reasons. But we were not prepared. For what would follow.
Pace yourself. It's gonna get weirder.
I'm Sean Dury and I play Dylan Faden.
My name is Elmeri Raitanen and I'm the art director of Control Resonant. This is taking place almost immediately after the story, how we wrapped it up in 2019 in Control. So Dylan Faden fell into a coma and then now the oldest house, the lockdown in the oldest house is actually failing. All of the paranatural threats are flooding out of the oldest house and then Dylan Faden is woken up right in the middle of this chaos.
Yeah. So we followed real time. Yeah, actual human time.
So what does it feel like stepping back into this role?
It's both familiar and brand new because in the first Control, Dylan was possessed by the hiss, and so he's a very different person in the first Control than he is in Control Resonant, and so that was kind of part of the challenge as we started making this game was who is this person, and also as an actor, how am I going to portray a character who's now behaves differently?
Did you do mocap for the character as well?
We did, we've done a bunch of stuff, and including facial capture and voiceover and a bit of everything. I think I've had every measurement of my body taken that you can possibly do, including a mold of my teeth.
Right. So it's, it's funny how the performance comes together from small pieces. Like there's motion capture and performance capture. That's the face, and then everything is getting scanned, and then the VO is coming from another thing. So Dylan is sort of a jigsaw puzzle somehow.
There might be like 4 different ways of filming it that you then connect all together for the final product.
So talk about like some new mechanics in this game, and like obviously it's more melee-centric than other Control games that are mainly shooters.
Yeah. So, well, Remedy has been making shooter games for quite a long time now, and we decided that now enough is enough. We need to try our hand at melee as well. Everybody's super excited about the melee, and we knew that because this is the first time as a company that we're doing this, we really need to make sure that it shines and it's good, that it feels like this intrinsic fun. It's almost like popping bubble wrap when you're just like going through these his enemy waves constantly. So yeah.
Like I know that like even though everyone is like, well, what about the oldest house? We get that question a lot because the oldest house is like almost a classic environment in games at this point. So unique, but how did we bridge that to outside? And quite frankly, I think they've done a great job of doing that. It is definitely Control's universe, just out of the house.
I promise John can take one of the art direction questions.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to answer the very detailed acting questions as well.
Oh, no. But yeah, we've been saying that what Control and the setting of the oldest house is to a normal office building, then our Manhattan is now to a normal New York City. So we definitely wanted to create something that's fairly unique and stands out and is ownable, that many people and many projects and movies have had Manhattan as their central location so far. So we wanted to make sure that this one belongs to us. If you take a screenshot of this game and somebody randomly sees it, they immediately know that, hey, that's from that Control Resonant game.
Yeah. It's set in Manhattan, but it's set in Manhattan, you know.
That's well put.
Yeah. I definitely played through it again just to make sure that I was there, and I reviewed my information that I already had. But something that was absolutely incredible was I had the privilege of getting invited out to the offices in Espoo before anything happened, early on in the process, and actually working with the writers and the director to create the character, because he's totally different in this game. He's waking up into his real human self again after being possessed and then being in a coma. Now it's almost like a rebirth in a way. And so we sat down in the basement of Remedy, and across the floor, probably 25 feet long, we mapped out everything about Dylan, and the writers wanted to hear what my opinions were of how I might play it. And you know, not everything I said made the final bit, but it was definitely a collaboration, as opposed to them handing me a script and saying, here, learn that. It was like kind of like, what else can you bring that we haven't even thought of yet?
That sounds like a pretty unique experience. Is that something as an actor that you go through normally? That sounds like
No, that is extremely exceptional. It's been such a labor of love for me because of that, because I got to put my imprint on it from go and have so much like creative control of the direction that Dylan has gone. And so yeah, it's definitely not the typical route that you get as an actor.
One thing for sure has been that we had some award-winning world building, and we won some awards for the art direction of the original one as well. So big shoes to fill, of course. But with something as subjective as art, there's no like right or wrong answers. There's just our past experiences and a gut feeling of like, hey, this probably makes sense for this game. So just trusting that gut feeling and definitely keeping it weird.
How long is it when you're doing your performance, mocap, or voiceover in the booth? Do you get to see like the game start to come together, or is it you do it and then you don't see anything for 8 months? Like, talk about that process.
There's definitely that where you will work for a bit and then you don't see anything for a while. And we would film both like in Finland and in the United States. So I would be in a voiceover booth in the United States, but then I would go out to Finland and do some of the body stuff and the face stuff using the technology that's in the offices there. And when I would visit, they would show me the build, kind of where it was at that moment. So over the course of the years we were making this game, I would play, here, run around in an empty room, but here's the character. And then the next one is like, hey, he's in an environment. You want to jump around now? And then eventually we've got to the point we're at now where we're getting ready to release, and they're like, do you want to play the finished game, you know?
Do you ever look at when you play the finished game, when you get it home or when you're doing a preview build and think, they picked that take? Really, that was the one that I hated that one. Do you ever get to that?
I haven't gotten to play the whole game yet, so I can't, I'm
Very
sure
few people have.
Yeah, I'm sure that I'll be happy with what we did, because the director and I worked hand in hand throughout it, and if I was unhappy with the take, they're like, just do another one, Like, I never was worried, like, I don't know if I hit that one, and they're gonna move on. Like, I could speak up if I felt like it, but also I trust all the other artists that are working on this game, because nobody wants it to look bad, I trust their judgment and their taste as well, so I'll just do the best I can, and then they can kind of sift through that.
Hard to say what's the secret, or maybe Finnish tap water. It's maybe the best in the world.
Yeah, it's very good, Finnish water.
Well, maybe I come back to the fact that we have a fairly unique creative voice at Remedy, and we are actually proud to stand out. So our teams are not necessarily the biggest, our budget are not necessarily the biggest, but the one thing that we can do is very deliberately stand out. And if we can set ourselves a little bit aside of the competition, and maybe we can gain an edge that way. And luckily our studio is in a super nice and healthy place in terms of trust, and everybody lets us do these sort of things. So it's amazing, and hopefully we can get to do them more in the future.
Game development takes a really long time, obviously, years. But for voice acting and mocap work, is that faster? Does it take you months, weeks, years? How does that?
Kind of column A, column B. You're in the moment where you're getting what we need at that time, but the process is years. It is years. From the first vocal track I recorded to when the game comes out, it's multiple years.
It's very oftentimes the case that even if you completely, absolutely nail it, and we get some nice VO lines, stuff around whatever the mission or the cutscene or something change a little bit, and it's like, okay, now this is not the right energy anymore, or we actually had to cut that thing, so we can't refer to that thing anymore, and we have to take some retake those things. So it's the whole game is in a continuous evolution, and nothing is absolutely completely locked until we absolutely have to stop working on it. So these are probably still more VOs coming for you. So,
It's got to be fun as an actor. Oh, we have to redo this take. Okay, where was I in the mindset? How did I do it the first time? How can I
And then what is the reason why we're changing it? Yeah, because sometimes it could be something as simple as we wrote this paragraph of dialogue, but the player only has it's 2 seconds till they do the next thing. It cuts the dialogue off. So let's write 2 sentences, or the opposite. This player is walking around for a long time. We have a lot more time. Let's add some story here to inform it.
That's actually a real challenge, because from high-level point of view in console games, but in Resonance specifically, we never want to take anything away from the player. We don't want to force them to be on walking mode or force them to not use some verbs and abilities that they have. So Dylan Faden in the game is very, very fast, and with some of this sort of storytelling, it's actually making it a little bit tricky to figure out those. So when do we have enough time to deliver this sort of story exposition as well?
We kind of addressed it. I think a lot of people might not understand the length of time that it takes to make a video game in particular, because a play, you do it in that moment, it starts and finishes that evening. A movie you'll film, and maybe 6-8 months later the movie could come out, whereas a video game is I first learned about that I would be doing this character in 2021. And then it's now 2026, so it's a much more significant amount of time typically. A lot of times it can be a little faster, and because of that too, I think people, if you don't know about it, you might think that video games are made in an instant and they could change this or that, but these really take time and thought, and it's a whole process to get it to where it to what gamers deserve. True, because you don't want to release a game that's not ready.
Right, video games are tricky in that sense that there's the creative intent and the story that we want to tell, which is pretty much like a movie production, but then you're working on software at the same time, and everything needs to align somehow. And in our case, of course, we're still working on our own tools and engine at the same time. So there's a third track there in Northlight that we're using for the game.
They're very accommodating, but at the same time, I was fully aware of the opportunity that I have with this game, and I told them, I will, if you say jump, I'll say how high. That's, as soon as they told me what their plans were, and they're like, are you interested in playing the lead? Absolutely, and I'll clear things out to make that happen. It was, I've had the privilege of being in a few Remedy games before this one as well. And the studio has been nothing but great to me. And I owe a real debt of gratitude, and I'm so thankful to be a part of their team and to be one of the actors on a short list that they call again and again. So
it involves a lot of professional uncertainty, because there's no right and wrong answers. So there's only my own experiences, and then the fact that I need to understand if I make some call, creatively, that this is what we want to do or this is where we want to take the game, I need to understand what that means in productional and technical terms in 2 years down the line, for example. So some fairly small sounding decisions might end up being very, very costly in the end. So that's definitely being tricky. And yeah, I mean, I'm operating with my own gut feeling and taste, but then I have to constantly defend my takes and my own taste week after week to people who might not be artists and might not agree with me. So there's a lot of that. That being said, of course, I'm just here talking, but there's an amazing team back in Finland working on the game right now even. So when you get to surround yourself with these absolute beasts and world-class talent, the rest is very easy.
What's the weirdest critique you've had to give to one of your artists on your team?
Well, there's a constant debate on the team about whether pineapple belongs to pizza or not. So we have some content in the most moldified zone in the game where Dylan has to find very specific specimens of the mold and eat them. And I think we ended up this is not hopefully spoilery territory, but we ended up making that specific mold like a slice of pizza or something, and then it might or might not have pineapple in it. So.
What's the weirdest critique you've gotten in the VO?
Ooh, thankfully, there hasn't been anything crazy on this particular project because our director is very good at giving direction the actors can use. But like I have had as an actor in the past, just like so vague of just I need more, and you're like, well, more what? Just more, and you're like, all right, I guess I'll figure that one. You know, sometimes direction can be rather vague. It's almost, but not, and you're like, okay, like give me more, but less, subtle, but more. And
What advice would you give to future generations out there who maybe want to get into gaming, specifically like an art director position?
Well, I guess nobody starts as an art director, of course. Like I've been working at Remedy for roughly 17 years now as a compositor and a visual effects artist. But I would probably say that, for example, that I say to all students is that have hobby projects. It's a really good place to kind of practice your craft and keep motivated and actually try to finish something as well. So hobby projects, I didn't have anything in my portfolio to kind of apply for a job if it wasn't for hobby projects that we were making with some student friends of mine back then. It was super fun. They teach you so much that would probably be that one thing.
And then Sean, what advice would you give to future actors out there? I would say voice acting, but I feel that's not correct anymore because you can do mocap and you're like actually acting.
You can, it can be you. Like,
Like, what advice would you give to future kids out there that want to be get into acting?
Yeah, I think that there's kind of two bits I would offer. Like one, if you couldn't ever like live with yourself without having tried to be an actor, like if you have a real passion to want to be an actor, just try it, just do it, like, because you'll think about that a lot. Like the would I could have, it will eat you up, I think, a little bit. So if that's really what will make you happy, give it a shot. And then the other one is don't let your ego win. Don't let your ego win. Sometimes what you think might be a terrible thing happening to you could be an amazing thing. So don't let your ego win. Just keep going, keep a positive attitude, and treat people with respect. Don't become, some jaded actor.
And if you want to act in a Remedy game, then learn to love sauna and salmiakki.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yeah, you got to learn the sauna and salmiakki, which is a salted licorice for you at home. Try it if you dare.
This is a quick fun question. Have you ever, you're a very talented guy, do you ever call, when you mess with people with your voice at all, like when you order a pizza or you're on customer service,
I love doing accents, so sometimes at different, when I was in acting school, at my day job, I would just be British all day and just speak in a British accent all day to all the customers, things like that. Yeah, and kind of it's a hobby thing. If you want to do voice acting or if you like doing accents, practice it. Just go do it. Go practice.
Do you have a Finnish rally English accent?
Oh,
yet?
I'm working on it. Okay. I'm working on the Finnish accent. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Talk into name's Matt Webster, and I am one of the founders and CEO at Fuse Games.
Hi, I'm Craig Derrick, executive producer at Lucasfilm Games.
So can you guys talk about how Galactic Racers started? It's been over 30 years since we've had purely a racing Star Wars game. How did the ball get rolling on this?
It's been a little over 20 years since the Episode 1 Racer, and for us, it's very much about finding the right partner, the right story, and the right time to make any type of game. And with Fuse Games coming to us with an idea to make a racing game with the type of experience that they had presented to us, we felt it was the right time to work and develop it. When we get started on it, we have story and character and an understanding of what that actually means. So it doesn't just like, hey, let's just go make a racing game. It's so much more deeper than that, but it starts with a great partner coming to us with a great idea and then us developing it together.
Thanks, Craig. I think for us, it was like, we love racing games, we love Star Wars. So when it came to our first game as Fuse, we knocked on their door and said, hey, do you think this is a good idea? And they were, oh, this is a good idea. So the simple answer is that one of, we thought it'd be a great idea. We had a vision for something, and then you start collaborating together, and we get what we've got.
There is a good reason for this, but why don't you let the viewers know why? It's not called Pod Racer 2 because there's more than just pod racers in this game. Talk about the title and the different types of vehicles that you're featuring in the game.
Yeah, you're right. I think, your first question was a Star Wars racing game. For us, a Star Wars racing game could not have pod racing in it, but we wanted to bring some new experiences into it as well. Of course, deliver the incredible fantasy fulfillment of racing these incredible pod racers. We wanted to do that. We're going to do that in some fresh and interesting ways in the campaign. If you want to rock up into the arcade mode and just get into a pod racer, yes, you can do that. But we've also got the speeders, and you play as the character Shade. He is called into the Galactic League by Darius Pax, the founder of the league, who is broadening the racing inside Star Wars with the formation of the Galactic League. You race in land speeders and speeder bikes, and in the brand new vehicle called a skim speeder, and of course, pod racing makes its appearance as well.
Yeah, I don't know if I can add much more, but I think Star Wars Galactic Racer feels big. It's not a sequel to any of the previous racing games. It's an entirely new racing game. It's a bigger scope, as Matt describes. It encompasses much more than just pod racing. It is multiple types of vehicles, multi-vehicle racing. It has a story that sits just post Episode 6, so we're telling a new story as the fall of the Galactic Empire, the rise of the New Republic, and through that, a host of new characters and experiences are there to be built. And so I think with Galactic Racer as a title, it feels like it's a new experience, and yet it can still be a spiritual successor to what's come before, and the inclusion of pod racing, which again, we probably would never make a racing game without at least bringing pod racing in, but this experience is much more than just that.
Yeah, I feel like you guys could have easily just made a racing game and called it a day, but you have a very in-depth campaign mode that you just confirmed takes place after Return of the Jedi, but before Episode 7? Would that be as nice? Okay, so before Episode 7, what does that open up for you guys creatively? That's such an interesting period to explore in the Star Wars universe.
It is an interesting time. It's after the Galactic Civil War, and much in the same way as after World War II here on Earth. There was such a technological advance in engines and in vehicles. After World War II finished, things open up. People are looking for entertainment and excitement, and now they have these incredible machines to go and do those things. And racing comes to the fore. Lots of racing in here on Earth stems from that starting point, and so that mirrors a little bit what we're setting up here with the campaign. You know, after the events of at the end of the war, there's people are looking for more thrills. There's entertainment. It becomes more of an opportunity for people, and so that's where the founder of the league, Darius Pax, comes with the formation of this racing unsanctioned underground racing league that is. he wants to take across these different locations throughout the Outer Rim and beyond, and is calling on your help. You come and turn up as Shade, as a character that he knows, to help him with a problem that he's got. So it gives us a lot of space with which to tell a new story, but also a lot of space for us to do new and interesting things from a game perspective, breathing new innovation inside racing. So we've got a wonderful opportunity to push the genre forward from a play perspective, but also to do new things within Star Wars from a storytelling, from a character, from a location, from a vehicle perspective that I think is unexpected.
The galaxy's rebuilding, and the Outer Rim demands spectacle. And Darius Pax is someone who is a former mechanic of pod racing, is driven by racing, and wants to build something as big as a galactic league, something that is the beginnings, the formations of a galactic racing league. And I think this ragtag group of people who have fallen out of the war, who have these incredible skills and abilities, have no place to put them. And so he's really gathering them to create something new that might be for this group. In terms of like where it fits between those stories and the benefit of it is we have obviously larger stakes exist in the galaxy, but this is very much a local story. It's very much about the characters within this world that are sort of falling out of what we've seen in our other stories and what we may see again as the sequels begin. But this is much more sort of personal and kind of finding their sort of the journey that they're exploring on this.
And not to mention, you mentioned that this story is canon in the Star Wars universe. How were you able to do that? That's very difficult, I feel, in today's world, in such a complicated timeline, to be like, we're going to make a game where the story is canon. How did you work with LucasArts, and how did that relationship form, and how did you guys make that story so it fit into the world and made sense with all the movies and all the media that's been out since post the new movies?
It's tough. Again, we sit down, we know we want to make a great racing game. How do we make that work within our story continuity? How do we stay authentic, don't betray anything that's come before? How do we look ahead at what's coming but not necessarily tie in, but not betray that? Most significant first thing to challenge to overcome was how do we incorporate pod racing into this story when not everyone in the galaxy can control a pod racer? And for us, we had those constraints, I think, allow us to create extraordinarily new opportunities in our story and our mechanics. We are not spoiling our story, but we've discovered and found a really great way to incorporate pod racing into our main story. But we are not going to betray anything that's come before, because episode 1 is about Anakin Skywalker, this human boy, winning a pod race. And we just can't, we don't want to betray that and have any other human character come in and win all these pod races. So we have to sort of keep that in mind anytime we're starting to develop a story. And yet, if we want to have a story that has pod racing within it, we have to find some ways into it. And I think we found that. And we discovered that together as a team, and we work with our team at Lucasfilm Games and within Lucasfilm to discover how to do that. And then the rest is really developing the history of these other vehicles. This is a multi-vehicle game with land speeders and speeder bikes and this new skim speeder, which again, we worked together to understand the shape of that vehicle, the handling and the capabilities, and also what's the history of that and why would it exist at this time. Much of that comes through the development of our team and Fuse.
Yeah, and that's the secret, really, is it's a creative collaboration. Two teams that are coming together that are trying to push something forward in a new and interesting way, and recognizing that I think there's a lot of respect for the team at Lucasfilm Games. They are game makers and they are storytellers, and they know a lot of this stuff way better than we do, and that's great. As you mentioned constraints there, creativity comes from well-defined constraints. Sometimes a blank sheet of paper is actually it's very difficult to be creative when you've got a blank sheet of paper. When you have some tight constraints, that actually moves the needle forward creatively for us. And I think that we've done that in some fun and interesting ways, and unexpected ways. Not just from the story and the characters and the locations and the vehicles, but then like mechanically within the racing experience and what we're asking of players. It's a creative collaboration, and we've known each other for a number of years, and the more you know each other, the games are made by great games are made by great teams, and great games come from collaboration from creative minds, and that's actually how all of this we can push things forward creatively. We can try new things. It comes from that capacity to work together and to push each other.
What was it like working with Disney specifically on the project, and what did they supply in terms of help and support to help make this game a reality?
Like I said, this is an endeavor that's been multiple years of, weekly, daily connections. It's not a. I don't think this is perhaps the. I've made a bunch of games in the past where you deal with a rights holder, and that's how it feels. This is different. This is a group of people that are game makers, and you go into this together, collaboratively together, with coming from different points of expertise, of course, but you're pushing together to try and create something that's fresh and exciting. It's nothing more than an extension of two teams coming together, really.
Just as a fun lore question, are droids allowed to race in the league?
That has not got my name on it, that question.
No comment.
So I want to talk about your vehicle designs. You talk about this is a post Episode 6 world, but I see all these great vehicle design that have emphasis of Old Republic designs. I saw one that looked like was used for old Imperial parts. That must have been super fun to make those designs up, to make every vehicle just feel unique for its time period and very Star Warsy.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for that. I mean, I think that the concept design team had a brilliant time with that. But again, it's the same creative back and forth where we can imagine and create within those constraints of, like you've mentioned, the Star Wars that we've seen. How can we build something new, but it is authentic and true to what's come before? And so it was the team had done a spectacular job on coming up with those designs and working with the team at Lucasfilm. An element actually that you might not have gone into depth on, but the element of self-expression inside the customization system is pretty sophisticated, and you'll get to discover more of that. But it's also it's an authentically Star Wars shape, irrespective of how you build all those bits and pieces together in your very particular decisions that you're making with those part choices. It's the team have done a great job.
I think that's exactly right. I think when you develop the Star Wars aesthetic and the visual development of anything we do, from the costumes to the vehicles that you're racing to the character species, much about it is looking for familiar but unique. Something that we don't want to do is just repeat ourselves and just reuse the same old things. And so I think because we are in a new storytelling era, we are trying to tell a brand new story, and we want you to feel like you've stepped into the world of Star Wars. So you need some familiarity. You need to see pit droids, and you need to see the things that you would expect to see in a racing paddock. But you also have to feel like this is some original expression. Sometimes it's about the silhouette and the sort of the visual sort of look and feel of each of those vehicles. With respect to customization, there's a tremendous amount of parts and patinas and liveries that you can go into, and it starts to exponentially get bigger and bigger the more you get in. And sometimes we want to lean into a very specific like wing or a window or a shield or something that feels like exactly like you might have seen in a TIE fighter or an X-Wing or some vehicle, without necessarily repeating that exact vehicle shape. And then it gives the player an opportunity to have their vehicle, their own opportunity. When it came to Skim Speeders, which is an original vehicle made for this game, it still needed to feel like it could sit side by side, a land speeder and a speeder bike, and I think the team did an extraordinary job in doing that right.
I feel like in today's world, a lot of people don't understand what a CEO does. Can you take us through your an average day of running a gaming studio and what you do?
It's a great question. Ultimately, the title is there as where things get escalated to, and when you're looking for direction or looking for guidance, that's, I think, the job. Also, I think for us, we're a new studio. We're only 3.5 years old, and so it's setting that direction, working with the founding team that we have in in creating how we want to make games. How we make games is as important to us as what we make. So it's setting up the foundations of the studio and how the team wants to operate, and then ultimately letting the talent free. Games are made by collections of wonderfully talented people, and so it's my job really to help give them what they need to be excellent at what they do, and also we touched on it a little bit earlier on, set some of the constraints of where we want to go or how we want to do something, or what areas that we want to go and look at. So it's an incredibly varied role, but really I'm there to help other people be as great as they can be.
And if the game comes out, I know you're still making the game. You come out in October. Yeah. You're crushing bugs, polishing, and all that stuff. But if it sells well, could we possibly see pilot DLC down the line? Can we have an Ewok pilot?
Yes, there will be things to come post-launch. What that will be, I think you might say no comment to that.
I just shrugged.
Oh, he shrugged. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. He shrugged. What am I looking forward to most? The unexpected depth here. We are trying to do some new things, not just with Star Wars on the storytelling and the vehicles and the characters and our locations and how they tie together to create an awesome Star Wars racing experience. But we also wanted to push the genre forward, to try new things systemically and mechanically. And I think that's what people are going to draw away from here, is this sort of unexpected depth, which is fresh and exciting and unexpected.
I'm excited to see what people how they react to the story. I think that we have a really great racing story at the heart of this game, and the introduction of our main character, Shade, this competitor in the Galactic League champion in Kestar Bull, and the rivalry that becomes central to that story, I think is a really great story that we're telling. I think how Sebulba finds his way into that story is unexpected. There's a good amount of growth for that character that we have not seen before, and I'm really anxious to see how our fans really respond to that. And then I think the gameplay underneath is just it's speed. It's about excitement, the visceral feel of moving through these environments. We have a tremendous amount of variety in the different vehicles and those environments, the abilities and the capabilities that the players will experience. Online multiplayer, the competition both in single player and in multiplayer. I hope fans will love this experience and will really enjoy it on October 6th.
Yeah, so Star Wars Galactic Racer launches on October the 6th, and we are on PlayStation and Xbox and PC.
Any plans for Nintendo Switch 2? No comment. No comment, I'll answer for him.
Head of Partnerships at Behavior for Dead by Daylight.
And I'm Dave.
Dave who?
Dave Richard, a creative director on Dead by Daylight.
Bucket list, Jason's in the game.
Yep.
Congrats on that, Matthew. You've been chasing that for a while, for a long time, and it's complicated. And I want to know the story about getting him. Did you work with Victor Miller or Sean Cunningham or both? How did he get in the game, finally?
We worked with the absolute wonderful folks at Horror Inc. So the Jason universe is what we are bringing into Dead by Daylight. So yeah, that's it. It was a long process. It's also an incredibly confidential process, so I can't go into the details, of course.
Like no name dropping.
No, except Jason Voorhees. That's enough of a name. That's what we wanted, right, from day one. And now he's coming to Dead by Daylight. And the great thing is, they are not only providing us with the Jason that everybody knows and love, but they are giving us flexibility and freedom to create alternate versions and really interesting takes on what Jason could be in Dead by Daylight.
Is he the most gory more you've ever added to the game, or the most detailed, I guess? I feel like it's pretty high up there.
It's one of the, yeah, it's one of the most intense ones, and it had to be, right? Because it's Jason.
So yeah, he is a slasher. Obviously, that's it's going to be important. But the one of the pillar that was important for us for Jason was about how he is always around the corner. You know, and we wanted to recreate that feeling in the game where
He's already there.
He's you only see him walking really slowly, but he's already around the corner. He's already there to surprise you in a jump scare, and so the power is designed to create these moments.
You guys are reworking the game graphically, visually. Again, Matthew, we spoke about that when you originally did it, or when we were starting to do it, and you said, let us hope we don't have to do it for a very long time, because the tremendous amount of work that it took to do that, and you're doing it again. Talk about this a little bit.
Because it's worth it, and that's it. I like to say we're not doing it because it's easy. We're doing it because we thought it was going to be easy. No, that's not true. No, but it's important for us to make sure that, and the visual update is but the most flagrant symptom of what we're doing, because behind the scenes we are rebuilding a lot of the tools that we use and the way things are brought into the game. So yes, visually you're going to see an improvement. It's going to look shinier. It's going to have a bunch of different visual features, but really under the hood it'll allow us to do great new things with Dead by Daylight, to create more content, to create more exciting content, more complete, and to take also the opportunity to rework a few things that need help at this point. You want to add things?
No, so okay.
So I'm curious about that, because you're reworking survivors and killers. You have a lot of licensed killers.
Yep.
Are you allowed to touch them, or does this start the approval process all over again?
Whenever we do something to impact an existing license, we always contact and talk to the licensors. I mean, it's their property. We need to make sure that they feel it's a collaborative effort. It's a collaboration, and we're partners. So yeah, we are talking to people and making sure that they're okay. But for the most part, we're not gonna transform anything. We're not gonna, people are. One of the things that Dave keeps coming back to is that we want people to seamlessly continue to play Dead by Daylight. The feel needs to be the same. The mechanics need to feel the same way. You need to be able to play the same game. It's just going to be better.
Dave, we talked about maps design. Players always want new maps. Last time I spoke to you about it, which was a while ago, it's a lot of work that goes into a map. There's the tile generation, the look of it, the gray boxing. It's a daunting task, and you're making a new one. Talk about some of the tech that's helped you improve to make the map process, I don't want to say easier, more approachable, or maybe with a faster turnaround.
Okay, so we'll be able to talk about more on the specifics of this later, once we have released it and we can go more into the details. But I can say that, very early before the release in 2016, the vision in building maps in Dead by Daylight was the procedural aspect of them, right? The fact that there was always a bit of unknown, and that it would grow in time and change and create all of these different scenarios. So the tool set that we're putting in right now to be able to generate these levels is abandoning the tile system that is really a little bit too static. Yeah. The thing though is that the first update that we'll do, the maps are going to be practically the same in layout, what the players have been seeing for ever right now in the game for the last 10 years, because we don't want to transition to something completely new, because there is a level of mastery of these maps that needs to stay. So right now what we're looking into is, without that tile system and just with procedures, with rules of gameplay and metrics, how can we create maps that get an ideal scenario for a context? It can be for an event, it can be for potentially a killer. So the game will be able, the maps will be able to adapt to the context of the match that is about to happen. That's the long-term vision.
And your gameplay, your gameplay's not changing. You're just aesthetically creating a more immersive environment with dynamic weather, better lighting, better facial explanations, which some of them on the Moris are pretty laughable, but like they're so bad it's good, just like horror. Talk about what goes into like updating the character model specifically for the facial animations and making sure that they look good and they still have that behavior flair.
Yeah, so just like for the maps, the first update, well, especially for characters, is going to be seen. Obviously, there's going to be that upgrade, that like feeling of new generation. That's more immersive. That's more realistic. That's more flavorful. But what's really interesting, like Matt was saying, is under the hood or under the skin of these characters, the rig, the bone structure, will allow us in the future to be able to more efficiently / become a possibility to do different sizes of survivor, for example, or to be able to take an animation from a killer and copy it more easily to another. And that will allow us in the same time that it would take to do, that would be impossible at this point, to create a new verb for all the killers at once so that they can do something new in a specific map or in a specific scenario. And so that will allow us for different gameplay, more modes. So it's all the long game.
Yeah. A good example of it would be like in the first year we added the ability to kick the gens, right? Some of us remember when you couldn't kick gens as a killer. Doing that today is almost impossible with the system that we have on, because we have to handcraft animations for every single killer that exists. At the time, there were only a few. It was possible. Nowadays, it's prohibitive, right? So this new system will help us do these kind of things.
You guys are celebrating 10 years. What's it like seeing this? This is the standard question. What's it like seeing this game evolve, and not only that, but your roles evolved in the company? Matthew, I was with you. You were trying to get the demo working at one of your conventions when it wasn't working.
Yeah.
Oh, you still do that?
Yeah. We still had trouble with the build earlier.
I'll fix the bug. I'll fix it.
And I mean, it's a dream. It's unique, and we're incredibly lucky to be able to work in a profession that we like, doing something that we find exciting and inspiring, and to be in this position 10 years later to still work on something amazing like this with a team of talented people who are thrilled to be there. You crazy? It's amazing.
Yes. I mean, amen. And beyond personally, beyond or previous to the 10 years of DBD, there's a whole 20 years something here at Behavior, from work for higher titles like my first game here was Scooby-Doo on GBA as an animator, and then the seeing the evolution of a company, of a brand, and touching all of these different console type of game and position as well is so rich. It's such a cool life experience.
You guys got Jason into the game. That was a bucket list item when the game came out. You talked about it for a decade. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but your next is Pennywise. Is that still on the bucket list, right? Pennywise?
I mean, he still has a standing invitation for sure if he wants in.
So I want to talk about the 10-year history. So back in the early stages of development, you guys used to have a kick when you were on the hook to stop you from getting unhooked in unsafe
It's funny,
situations.
we were just talking about that.
First of all, talk about why you put that in, why you took it out, and if you think it'll ever make a return.
Yeah, I don't think it will, but with creator-generated content, maybe, baby. We took it out because of the feeling it gave and how it broke the immersion and the feeling you should have when you were on the hook. Like every survivor on the hook now was feeling like a weapon, which is definitely not what you want to feel when you should be helpless on the hook.
But we had to try, right? That's the thing. We there was a problem there. We were trying to fix it. We tried a thing. It didn't work. We tried something else.
I think also Matthew said it felt very toxic too to kick people off.
Sure, but it really, I think the biggest thing is that it gave survivors a feeling of power, and that's not okay.
Do not kick the trapper in the face.
No, don't do that. No. Chuckles don't like that.
So you guys announced a lot of here for the show, Scooby-Doo collab, Art the Clowns coming in. Diablo. I mean, all these collections and these collabs. And I ask you this every time, Matthew. As the game grows in popularity, do those conversations I don't want to say easy again. That's not the right answer. Do they open up more for you?
They're
over the last 10
different.
years?
It's different challenges, but they're still challenging, and they will keep being challenging. It's different conversations. There's a couple of doors that are easier to open, but no, it's still a lot of work, no matter what we're trying to do. The easier things is usually because some of the companies that we have contracts with right now are big companies that have huge catalogs. I'm thinking of a Disney or Universal or Warner, right? They're gigantic companies that are being merged also into more gigantic companies. And so it's easier, not easy, but easier sometimes to go, oh, you also have that. You okay with that?
What do you think it is about Dead by Daylight that has had it withstand the last decade as a live service game? I mean, Destiny just shut down. You've outlasted Destiny. AAA game.
Yeah.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
I have no idea. Honestly. We come in every day and we do our best to keep the game interesting and to do things that we think are cool. And it seems like there's a lot of people out there who also think that's cool. It boils down to that. Oh, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, and obviously, luck is important here. Good timing, good niche at first, good offering. But there's also, I think, a lot of our values here as a team on how we interact with the community, in honesty, respect. And I mean, it seems like obvious if you're going to have a community that's the backbone of your project. You need to make sure that you're listening to them and that you consider them as a colleague, part of the team, part of the family.
Yeah.
Now, fun community questions that you may or not be able to answer. So people loved the rework of your recent killer. Great.
Yep.
That was the first time you guys did something like that. And people have been knocking down your door forever for a Trapper rework. Do you still think he's just fine? Is that something to maybe do eventually? It's on the docket now. What can you tell me about a potential Trapper rework?
Okay, so no promise about a rework still. No update specifically. Now, one thing that I want to say is, what do I want to say? Yeah. No, okay, so it's obviously something we monitor. It's something that we hear a lot for many different killers. And there's only so much we can do in updates. So we have to prioritize which killer we rework, which one is most important at one time. The cool thing with the Trapper is that even though he might be missing a hedge in some competitive environment, it is still loved as a scenario. When you step in a trap and you get surprised by it, or when you do trap somebody, there's still that fun component to him. It's still fun to play, even though it doesn't necessarily have that competitive edge.
Yes. It's also easy to grasp as a fantasy and as a power. And that's important.
Matthew, interesting question for you is I've noticed a trend in killers leaving the shop, and I'm not going to say which ones because I don't want to get you in trouble. Killers leaving the shop or being unable to purchase after a certain day, contracts, like you said, no one likes to hear the word forever. But I noticed that there's a pattern that when they're removed, there's usually shortly a solo game announced. Do people really think, this is just opinion, do people really think that if they're available to play somewhere else, like your game, their game won't sell? Is that like a genuine concern?
I think some people think that, yes. I certainly don't.
And then, I don't know if we're able to talk about it, so I'm just going to ask you anyway.
Sure.
Last time I spoke to you, when you lost the Demogorgon. You were very, very distraught by that, very disappointed. You do not like that when content leaves. You fight like hell for it. You've told multiple you fight like hell for it, but someone's not getting what they want and they leave. But you got it back.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that process? How did you get it back?
Like you said, we do everything that we possibly can to get them back if it's possible. And at the time, it was not possible to keep it. And then it became possible. We found a way to get it back. And we did what was needed to do to get it back. That's it, really.
And more.
And more. Yeah, because we got a ton more after that.
The collections are great. Are some of those kind of test sweaters to see if the community would be interested in a specific killer from maybe a certain type of collaboration that might not be horror? You know what I mean? Or might not be...
do you mean like we're doing a collection of something and if it works well, we'll do a chapter? No.
No.
That's not a thing.
Okay.
But the collections have really grown into their own, I think, in the last few years. There used to be more of a sort of not a side quest, but like a second class kind of inclusion. It's not the case anymore. And I think that it's just a different way to bring in things that wouldn't fit as a chapter, but that clearly deserve a place in the world of Dead by Daylight. And so they have found their way. It's now as important as chapters in a very different way, but it allows us to bring things that wouldn't be possible as a chapter, but that are really, really cool to bring in. I'm thinking of a Iron Maiden, right, or Attack on Titan. Those are collections that were really important, that allowed us to bring something in that was really, really cool, that we would not have found. It's not a chapter, but it was still very interesting to bring it into the game.
Are you guys excited about the new sandbox modding? Are you worried about bringing in people? I've seen people make Bruce the Shark in mod and other things like as killers. Are you worried about stuff like that happening in the sandbox mode?
Not worried at all. That's the whole point.
So we will reveal much more on our plans for that a little bit later. Again, I'm not going to go into details, but it's in the vision that these experiences that the players will create are going to be a sub-universe of Dead by Daylight. So we want to give creative liberties to these creators to, do whatever they want to see.
Not
so
absolute liberties, but
no, of course, there's going to be some barriers and some gatekeeping, but we will not stop them from doing like silly material or adding something humoristic, right? They will be able to do whatever creatively they want as gameplay opportunities. And we will continue to be doing the canon, Dead by Daylight stuff that the team loves to be doing. Well, that's never going to get away. Yeah.
You know what I love about you guys is you've been here for so long. Behavior has such a long history, and you've grown so much. Like not just in the last decade, or the last 20 years. Like you've grown incredibly much. But I feel like you're so much more professional now than where you used to be. Where Matthew, I loved you in streams because sometimes you just said things, and I loved that of you. You just, I love that you did that. This is more of a compliment than a question. You guys felt like human beings. Making a game that you just wanted people to like.
We used to sound like human beings.
Now you're just a corporate PR machine.
Boo.
I have to say, I still try to make sure that whenever I'm given a microphone, PR are a little nervous. At least a little nervous.
Thanks.
David,
Thanks.
the map, the map redesign. I know there's a lot of players who play competitively. They really like to take advantage of those color settings to make sure that they can see the survivors. How will that affect their gameplay style when you release the visual update on the new maps?
Oh, great question. So we still are figuring things out right now because we're adding lots of changes, from the fog amount to dynamic lighting to the weather. So it affects little things but very important things like the red stain and the inclusivity, accessibility features that we've put in. So we're not at that stage yet, but it's something that we keep into account. Absolutely. So if you change the setting, if you change the color grading, if you change anything, if it's about accessibility and it allows players to be able to enjoy the game, it's going to stay in the game. But we will balance it as much as we can so that the experience from one version to the next is similar and there's no cheating. There's also ways to show to the players what the perception of another, right? So that if you're supposed to see something and your setup doesn't allow you to, well, there's a mechanic in place to show it to you. I don't know if that made sense, but there's like perception and settings that can be communicated differently.
My last one is that I just want to thank you guys and congratulations on 10 years. Matthew, we've been on this journey for forever. Okay, I'll stop.
No, do go on.
You guys I'll ask a question. I'll ask the question. Okay, so you guys showed this a year out. How is this visual update going to roll out? Are you going to do it slowly, one map at a time, a couple killers at a time, or is it going to be all at once?
I don't have the details. Very likely, there's going to be phases. It's just such a huge endeavor, and it's rolling out everything. It would, first of all, it would be too late, and also it's probably too big of a drop of content that would break everything. So yeah, it's most likely going to be the phases.
As much as we can, but if something's not in shape, we're not going to release it, right?
When do I get Ghostbusters in the game?
What's that?
I think it's a cartoon.
It can't be. Comment.
No.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
The door is open.
If you can dream it, you can make it.
Peggy 18.
You certainly have reasons to hate me. My son.
You've ruined my life.
We crave the same thing.
Evil? Am I evil? They adore me.
You're a pawn in Brentius's hand, nothing more.
This won't end well for you.
I've done the unthinkable for my own family.
Determination is not enough to cheat your fate, Dawnwalker.
How many innocents did you drain dry? Maybe we aren't so different after all.
Hi, so my name is Piotr Kucharski and I'm one of the writers in the Rebel Wolves team.
Hello, my name is Konrad Tomaszkiewicz. I'm game director and the CEO in the Rebel Wolves.
So you guys, where did the idea for this game come from?
It's really complex question, you know, because I thought about this game for many like a long time, and I spoke with Jakub Szamałek, who is our narrative director, before we opened the company, and we tried to do something, you know, really fresh and new. We knew that we like, you know, the vampires, but we didn't want to do just the game about the vampires because there are games like this is the first thing, and the second thing, we wanted to have something really unique. We start to think about the protagonist, and I find the idea that it would be really cool to have the protagonist which will be, you know, unique, like, you know, the other characters in the video games and so on. And I started to think about the vampires, and I thought that interesting direction are the werewolves, who are the, you know, humans at the day and the beasts at the night. And what would happen if we would take, you know, the vampire and, you know, do the same approach? And from this starting point, Dawnwalker appear as, you know, something new, like, you know, the character which is not really the vampire, but at the day is a human, at the night is, you know, is the vampire with the, you know, vampire powers. It was quite interesting concept because we wanted to have the protagonist who will be not overpowered, because sometimes, you know, when you're thinking about vampires with a lot of powers and so on, they can be unbeatable, you know, and you need to design you know, stronger and stronger opponents to make the game cool. And in our approach, because of that the Cohen will be never overpowered because he's a human at the day, it's easier to, you know, to create the stories which will be grounded and with more, like, you know, immersive, I think. And this is, you know, from where our protagonist appear. And when we had him, we thought, okay, what's next? What will be the game about? And we thought that it will be cool. Like Kuba Szamałek designed that it would be really cool to show the situation where vampires take over, you know, some part of the world and trying to rule it. What would happen, you know? And we choose the time when, you know, the Black Death ravages, you know, the world. Time where, you know, the people died really fast because of the illness, because of the, you know, other you know, dangers in the world. You know, ask this question: what would happen when vampires appear? And you know, we create the idea, then we create, you know, the idea for the CGI. This first one we showed, and we showed, this feudal Europe, which was really brutal. Kings who killed the people, because they knew that they are, sick, and replace them with the vampires. And what happened? We in the end we have, like the society which are really healthy, without thieves and people who doing bad things. But on the other hand, they need to give the pay the taxes in blood, and the monsters sometimes doing the bad things. And in center of it, there is our main hero Cohen, who lives in the small village in this valley, and and something happens and he needs to act and save his family in this world. Piotr, you want to add something?
No, it was a great answer, I think, and you covered everything.
A really long one,
Are you okay?
Yeah.
So one of the great things about vampires as monsters is they're always different in lore. There's different interpretations. They're an ancient mythos in TV, novels, comic books, movies. They're always different. What's special about your vampires specifically?
So basically, when we were creating our vampires, or Valkyrie as we call them in our game, we took a lot of inspiration from the folklore, right? Because vampire as a creature, as a theme, they are, almost in any kind of folklore around the world, different types of them. So we had to decide what kind of vampire ours are. The biggest difference is that they do not change people they do not turn people by giving them their blood, but by taking one of the fangs and putting them in the heart of a victim, right? Also, our vampires, when they grow older, they become more and more monstrous in their appearance, so they have these long fangs. Suddenly their bodies are covered with those fangs, and they look less and less human. But we toyed with a lot of ideas, and there are some things about our vampires that are, typical for vampires, right? So, of course, they cannot walk in the sun. They are not, they have weakness to silver. They can turn into wolves. Some of them, of course, not every one of them, but some of them can turn into wolves, which is lesser known, but still a thing about folklore vampires. Yeah. In special. You see, Dracula did it exactly. In Romanian folklore, it's very, very apparent. So this is basically it. And then we, of course, have this twist about Dawnwalkers, which are like a real rarity. So half-formed vampires, really. And this here also is something, a twist from our side, to make someone who is half human, half monster. And this, of course, gives us a lot of build-up for, for the whole morality system in our game. So, and the choices the players will be doing, whether they want to, stay human, or they want to embrace the vampire side more and more. So it's up to them, really.
And I'm going to get into gameplay soon, but I want to talk more about the story. This almost seems like a crime family story of a young, rebellious son going up and essentially killing his family members to stop them from doing evil things. How close am I to that? And what were some of your inspirations for the overarching story about a family of vampires?
Sure. So you're close, but also not very close, because we do believe that the main theme of the game is family, but we are talking mostly about Cohen's family, right? They are kidnapped at the beginning of the game by the game's antagonist, Francis, and Cohen's goal is to, save them. But during the game, Cohen and the players who play as Cohen, they will have to answer the question, what family really is, what is important to me. I am no longer a human, so do I still try to, to save them, or maybe I do something else? Do I save them because I still love them and I want to be, to try to keep them safe, or maybe I'm just saving them because the big bad guy pissed me off and now I have to show him his place, right? It's up to you as the player to choose your own Cohen as well. As for the vampires and let's call them a family, we call them a clique. So there are 4 different vampires in our game. They rule over the Vale. Brands is their leader. They have, of course, their own personalities, their own goals, their own reasons to follow Brancis and be, with him, try to keep order in the valley. They have their own duties because every of we call them boyars, right? Because they're like now they're the nobility of the valley, and they have their own duties, their own areas of influence. For example, Bakir, I believe we call him the Minister of Fun because he's the one who's in charge of booze and and such things. So every one of them has their own characteristics and their own agenda, let's say. And I think that one of the fun parts of the game, if you want to face them during your playthrough, is learning about their motivations, what makes them tick, and of course what are their weaknesses, and so on and so on.
So I want to learn more about the open world nature of the game, the RPG nature. Like, what sort of things will players stumble upon when they go and just venture out into the world? Things maybe outside of the main storyline, and also what sort of decisions will they be making? How will they kind of customize their experience as they play through?
Well, in our game, the open world is also story-driven. I mean, everything what we designed and put to the open world is something which can serve your main goal. Because to answer this question like really proper, I need to describe first what is the structure of the game. In most games, the structure is, let's say, like a branches of the tree, that you need to do some quest to get to another quest, right? In our game, it's like in the old Fallouts from 90s, that you exit from the prologue and you have one goal: defeat the branches. You know where he is. You can do it anytime you want, and this is your only main goal. All the rest things around are the satellites, and we don't have like open world and the big quests, small quests, and so on. But all the content are the story quests. That's why we're calling it this narrative sandbox, and it's up to you what you will do. Piotrek meant that every of those vampires have their region and the duties, right? For example, Ambrose is responsible for gathering the toxin blood. There are blood transports, there are places where he keeps this blood, and so on. You can like mess in his duties to do something interesting with him, and even those small things you will do have some story elements, some stuff where you can know him better or know something about his operations, and it's connected together. We tried to not do stuff which are totally not fitting to your mission, because imagine that we will do the side quests where you play cards, for example, right? And you know that your family is in danger, but you're deciding that you want right now, play cards and doing something, wrong. We try to, create those stories this way that all of them, in some way, will help you to achieve your main goal.
I'm also just curious about this being your studio's debut title. Just, going into the project, what made this the right game for you all to start? What are you hoping to sort of establish as maybe the tone or the vibe of your studio with The Blood of Dawnwalker?
First of all, we designed our game really unique way. The one thing is which I described is the narrative sandbox. The second thing is this duality, where in the day you play like different character than the night. It's like two games in one, right? The second thing is that because we have this duality, you have two separate character developments, like human magic, Vrakhiri skills, and common skills which are used to this sword combat. You deciding how you want to play, how you want to develop your character. And I think that answer for your question I have two parts of this answer. The first answer is that I want, and our ambition is to create the games which in 10 years, 20 years, you will remember, and you will feel this, cool stuff, and you will back in your mind, to this, that, it was really cool game, and it was some milestone in your experience through the video games, industry. And I have like this with games like really old games and the new games. Like, for example, Vampire Bloodlines for me was like this kind of the gem, right? It was buggy as hell, but it was really good game. Deus Ex, another game which was really, really good, and so on and so on. And our ambition is, to create the game which will be this kind of milestone. And the narrative sandbox making our own branch in this industry, because from 90s, from the Fallouts, nobody done, the structure of the RPG game this way. And I believe that this feel of this game will be totally different because you are closer to pen and paper RPGs when you deciding what you are doing and the game master adjusting, the story to what you are doing. And here, if you're doing something and you have some ally and you decide that he's pissing you off and you want to eat him, you can do that, and the game will be not broken. You will just change the flow of the game. And this is really important to us to create games like this and to bring something new to the genre.
So can you talk about like the powers you're wielding in this game? I mean, obviously, I know if he can fly, but he can jump really far. He can climb walls. He can transform. Like, what other gameplay mechanics can the players play as, and do they get to decide what kind of talents and skills they want to invest in?
Well, we have two main ways to develop your character in the Valkyrie form. The first are what you described, the exploration way, and you can upgrade this exploration way, to can jump for bigger distances, right? Or be longer on the ceilings, or or walls, because you can walk on the ceilings, also. You can also upgrade, the way how fast you feed, and how much blood you will get from the feeding. There is a lot of skills, but also we have active abilities, active skills, which you can use in the combat. And in our game, to learn this kind of skill, usually you need to drink the blood of the other vampire, because every vampire has its unique skill, and you saw it on the first CGI. And if you will drink those vampires, you will get the skills you saw on this CGI, and you can develop those skills and use it in the combat. But to upgrade those skills, you need to go more into this, vampiric side. And we have the system called corruption, which works this way that you need to drink blood, a lot of blood, to unlock the skills you can buy. You understand? And you can exactly, and you can feed on anything. You can feed on the animals, on the humans, and so on. And also we have skills which boost you if you depends on what you are eating. Let's say there is a lot of stuff in this game.
That reminds me of a game that came out. I mean, I think it was critically acclaimed. I don't know if a lot of people Vampire. That was a great game. We had to make a lot of those tough decisions. Do I kill these people? Do I feed? Do I get stronger, faster? It had a lot of really cool ideas, and it was such a good game. I don't think many people heard about it. Anyway, but that's great. Can you give us a sense of the size of the world compared to other games? Is it a large hub zone? Are we talking like Witcher 3 scale? Like, how big is the world we'll be exploring?
The world is huge, and it's hard to describe the size, but when we compare the size to the other games, it seems that it's quite close to the horizon, the size of the world. About the length of the game, because it also depends how you play and on which difficulty level you play, and so on and so on. Exactly. But average, when we're looking for people who playing in the studio, like our studio head or guys from the marketing and so on, it took them between 50 to 70 hours to finish the game in the one playthrough. Yeah, it's like big RPG. And I think that in the one playthrough we'll do around 60, maybe 70% of the content we have, in the game. It's big game.
There have been a lot of vampire games recently that made a lot of big promises about pen and paper RPG and decisions. Did your team look at those and say okay, how can we do something like this better? Like, what were some lessons you took away from other games that came out, maybe missed the mark on the role-playing fantasy of a vampire?
To be honest, we playing every game which is released. This is the one thing. But to be honest, we have a lot of experience with doing, the choices and the consequences, and stories actually, in the RPGs, from previous company when we co-create some games, big ones, and we right now just, with this, day and night. We evolving those skills, to be honest, because the difficulty of doing the story in our game, the quest in our game, is higher than it was before. Why? Because you can encounter those quests at day or at the night. Some of them are totally different when you play at the day or at the night. Some of them have, common core, but some things are only different. Some of them are only available in at the day or at the night. And also you have different choices when you play at the day at the night. And also inactivity in this world is also the choice, because we have the time, which is really interesting feature. And here when you're going let's say to the world and you see that there is a burning house, you can decide if you want to help, do something, or just avoid. If you avoid this place, it's also the choice, and it will have its own consequences. And we're doing all of this stuff to boost your immersion and to to build this feeling of the real world.
This is a fantasy world where we see other fantasy creatures, werewolves, ghosts, witches, like that kind of stuff.
So the basic answer is yes. We'll not really go into it because there are some things that we still don't want to spoil, but things that we already showed. For example, we have already shown the Yuriashi, which are the goat people living in the mountains, but because the vampires came out of the shadows, they also emerged, and some of them joined the human communities in the valley. What is fun is that most of those creatures that appear in the game, they are like real things from Romanian, German folklore, Slavic folklore, and so on, but with our twist. So to come back to the Yuriashi, in the Romanian folklore, they're like giants, something like that, living in the mountains and so on. But here they are big, but they are goat people, right? So it's a bit different. And there will be more creatures like that. In our world, the monsters are not something commonplace. It's not that the vampires are here. Okay, so everything is out in the light, and everyone knows about. Monsters are really scary. They are always a rarity, and each encounter with them, I believe, should be something moving to the characters in the world and the player as well. But yeah, there will be some things. There will be also, I think, some surprises, and for those people who really want to see most of the quests, most of the story bits and so on, they will be able to find some breadcrumbs regarding the lore of the world in general, because it's a bigger thing. And hopefully when the saga grows, they will get the payoff for learning those things and seeing, okay, so this is what it's building up to, right?
We're going to have a rapid fire kind of lore building question for you, all right? So is the curse reversible?
No comment.
How often do your vampires need to feed to keep up their strength in lore perspective?
Quite often. Quite often. I mean, I will answer this question in a little bit different way. So, judging from Cohen's perspective, you have to feed on blood if you're the vampire, if you're using the powers and so on and so on. And fun stuff is that if you don't keep that in mind, if you don't keep Cohen well fed in any way, as Conrad mentioned, you can eat different things, then the game may push you to do something you wouldn't do, like kill an NPC that you like. So, and no one is safe from Cohen vampire when he's hungry. So it's going to be much fun, I think.
Garlic and holy water and/or salt? Any effect on the vampire lore?
So garlic is very bad when you want to go on a date after, and holy water, I think it does nothing really. Fun stuff is that our vampires, they co-opted Christian religion in this game, and they just turned it into their own version of it, basically because it's easier to rule people if you still leave something for them that they are aware of, that they know. And in those times, of course, religion was very important to people, and it was a core belief inside the society. And here the vampires, they give their own twist on it. It's also one of those lore bits that if people get into it, they will have much fun of discovering what is happening there. Yeah.
Your vampires, are they naturally evil? Is it a personal thing? Like, is it like Buffy, they lose their souls and they're just evil outright, or is it something, or is it just their nature to be violent and angry?
First of all, what does it mean to be evil?
Right.
And this is one of the questions in the game, to be honest. Not wanting to spoil anything, but I don't think that. Let me reframe it. I think that there are some evil creatures in this game, but everyone has their own motivation. Of course, everyone is the hero of their own story. As I always said, you always have some excuses, and Does it mean that being a vampire is necessarily an evil thing? Well, you are feeding blood, so maybe this is a giveaway. But speaking of Cohen, I think that one of the things that players can do is to decide for themselves what kind of Cohen they want to play, because we have this general idea about Cohen, who he is. He's a flesh-out character, but it's up to the players to decide whether they want to fully embrace the dark side of his nature, or try to strive for goodness, right?
I'm a creative director.
Simon Ridge, animation director.
It's been 10 years. Alien Isolation had a great critical reception, did well. Why did it take so long to get a sequel?
I guess the short answer is we've been really busy as a studio, and it just felt like now's the right time to come back. Obviously, I'd been thinking a lot about creating a sequel to the game, even before the first game was finished. But yeah, we're a really busy studio, and I guess we were waiting for the time to be right, and that feels like now.
I mean, and it's also that time that's passed is a huge advantage, I think, in seeing all the players play it, right, for as long as that, and being able to sort of, I guess, deduce what worked well, what didn't. So, we're able to critically kind of look at it ourselves as well. It's, yeah, I mean, it is a long time, like you say, but also, as Al said, it's a great time now to pick it up and do it.
What was your biggest takeaway from the first Alien Isolation that you brought with you into this sequel?
I guess making the first game, it was a little bit of a leap into the unknown. We felt like we were doing something different that wasn't really available at the time. And so I guess the big takeaway was people really engaged with it. We were really excited by it. And so I guess that was it was super, super satisfying. The thing that we really believed in, the game that we wanted to play, we found an audience for it. And I suppose, as Simon said, over time, that groundswell for a sequel has grown. And so I guess it gives us even more confidence to jump back in and make the sequel.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously the biggest part of that game was that relationship with the alien itself and that cat and mouse gameplay. And so, again, it's an opportunity to sort of take what we know, what worked and what we felt like the audience were enjoying, and then kind of build upon that even further.
Now, when does this take place in the Alien timeline from Alien Isolation or in the overall Alien universe?
So what we've shared at the moment is only a small glimpse, but the sequel takes place shortly after the events of the first game. In the trailer, the lab, that's the lab that was ejected in the first game. This has now crash landed onto a new world. And yeah, it's really closely connected. And like I said, at the moment, we're just showing a small glimpse and looking forward to sharing more in the future.
One of the really interesting things about the first Alien Isolation was that it was sort of ahead of its time, specifically with like the alien AI and the way it would follow you around and like remember your behavior. I think it's why the game has had such a long tail on it, pun not intended, was because of that. So how does that kind of affect you going into now making a new Alien Isolation, presumably having to improve those systems that people already thought were sort of advanced even 10 years ago?
Yeah, so the thing we love about the game, the Isolation experience, is the fact that it's systemic, it's not scripted or choreographed. It really is just the creature using its senses to track you down, listening, looking. I think what's exciting for us is that for the sequel, in Alien Isolation 2, we have both that interior experience where the player feels really claustrophobic and trapped, but we also now have the exterior experience out on the planet's surface. And so one of the exciting things for us is to develop the alien AI to be able to navigate and hunt the player down in that exterior environment.
Al mentioned as well the claustrophobia of the internal environments, and I mean, with this sort of exciting opportunity in the exterior, and I guess like we've now got other ways of kind of creating, I guess, a similar claustrophobia, albeit with weather, etc., and how that affects the player's, I guess, relationship with the alien in the exterior, and I think, actually having the opportunity to take it beyond what we did before is it's a really fun thing to start seeing people experience at some point.
Awesome, and I also want to talk about the technical side, because the game looks beautiful. Can you just talk about the technical, graphical enhancements, specifically the animations? I saw a really creepy one myself where the xenomorph started to crawl towards me in a vent really slow, and I had nowhere to go but to watch it kill me. So I'm curious as to what that process has been for you guys as well.
I guess we start from the point of believability. Like everything we do is kind of to support believability. And so whether that's in the animation, the really complex, dynamic, real-time animation, through to the behavior and the AI and its decision, its choices. And so I guess that's our goal, to make something really believable that the player kind of emotionally engage in, has emotional reaction to.
Yeah, I mean, like it's all about the immersion, right? It's keeping you, like you just mentioned that example there, but crawling towards you. It's like the goal is always to have the player in a position where they're never ever questioning everything that's happening. You know, there's a sentient feeling to the creature itself. You know, almost trying to work as hard as you possibly can to never feel like there's that game moment of like, oh no, you see it think in a certain way, or you see a system. And that was a goal last time around. And obviously, as you mentioned, technology's advanced, and that does allow us to do certain things in terms of have more fidelity, more animation, just in terms of time passing. But I think like because we had that kind of basis first time around, I guess there's a confidence there in terms of the steps we take to create that again. And then I think just the fun opportunity again to be able to go even further than that and offer more and more variety.
And something that was pointed out to me when I was playing today was that there's, several ways to solve an issue, right? I was trying to leave the vessel and I was told, hey, you can like cut the gas, or you can like sneak and go around a long way. Just from a design standpoint, how do you go about kind of creating those encounters where there are multiple ways that you can get out, there's also multiple ways you can get caught, while making them all feel like satisfying and viable to the player?
Yeah, I guess the way we think about it is our job is to create this incredible playground. One of the ways we think about the isolation experience is about player choice. And so we want to create a space which allows the player to really think imaginatively or creatively about how they're going to survive. Today, we shared a slice of the game which is really about that core movement, about your choices. Obviously, in the fuller game, there'll be more gadgets and weapons and items that you can use to change the odds if you use them at the right time. I guess, yeah, the way we think about it is giving the player lots of choice, and then just having these fantastic elements that are systemic, that are just reacting to your choices.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I guess even further than what Al was saying there, I think it's the multiplication of all those things together. So we've mentioned the fact how important it is that it's a systemic experience, the fact that you're loading it up again if you do die and die repeatedly, that the next time you load it up it's different. And I think, like you mentioned about the different ways you can approach even just that simple scenario, I suppose that alongside the fact that the character you're encountering is also changing each time, it's kind of laying down all those elements that hopefully just kind of elevates the whole feeling that each time is different, each time is feeling like your experience and not one that you're sort of necessarily having like that someone else is having too.
Yeah, so the Alien universe is just so expansive, right? From the films to the games, your own game now. How does that impact your storytelling? Do you guys kind of have, like, what's your mentality, I guess? Are you like, hey, we're going to stay off in our corner of the galaxy over here, or we want to, interpolate these elements from the stuff people love? What's your approach when you jump into building Alien Isolation 2?
Yeah, so obviously we love the IP, deeply love the IP. I guess for us, for Isolation, we feel very closely connected to that first movie. Alien Isolation was an extension of that with Amanda, and with Alien Isolation 2 taking place so closely after the events of Alien Isolation 1, I guess with that, we still feel that that's our world that we draw most of our inspiration from. We still have that wonderful 1979 kind of lo-fi sci-fi aesthetic. We're still running with that, we're still expanding on it. So yeah, for us, we love Aliens, love the rest of the IP, but for us, we feel like there's such a deep well to tap into, all from the first movie.
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess it's just the consistency as well, right? It was such a key element that we were concentrating on that first film. Like you just say, the IP is so expansive, but I think in terms of making sure that what we offer with this game gives something familiar but also new on top, it's also much more important again that we, that is our reference point in making sure again that we give something that gives players what they loved about the first one and then offers them something new on top, but keeping that as our basis.
So what's something about the second game that you were able to insert or do that wasn't possible either for scope reasons or budget reasons or technology reasons that you can do in 2 that you didn't do in 1?
The big thing is the exterior spaces. The first game was very much about being in the kind of tin can in space, that singular claustrophobic environment. I think what was exciting about going back and thinking about what we could do for the sequel was really loved that experience, but we wanted to evolve it. And so setting the game on a new world really gave us this opportunity to, wow, we're going to allow the player to experience what it's like to be hunted by the alien in an exterior space. So it's about using some of the same skills, about line of sight, breaking the line of sight, using tools at the right time, but on a kind of new canvas in a new space. And I think that was the thing that, really excited about coming back for the sequel.
Yeah, I mean, I know we've kind of mentioned it previously, but I suppose with the time passed as well, and the fact that technology's moved on, I think in terms of being able to just do a few more things in terms of the variety of actual, if I talk about animations, for example, the actual extra variety we can now do that maybe we couldn't before because there was a limitation there. So it's a very simple one, but it's quite an effective one, and again, it all feeds back to delivering, I guess, a kind of malleable, changing experience for the player every time.
Feel free to get really technical on this side. So what's available now that wasn't 10 years ago that's been like just crucial to the development of this game in terms of systems, hardware, software?
So I suppose one of the things is that we're using Unreal for this sequel, but in areas where that really have a massive impact on the experience. So with lighting and audio, we're creating custom technology to deliver the best possible experience for the player in those areas. And so, yeah, that's a really exciting area for us to push, to give the player that really immersive, atmospheric experience.
And Simon, in terms from our perspective, how have the tools helped you something to accomplish in this game you weren't? How have the tools helped you do something in the sequel you weren't able to accomplish in the previous game?
Well, I mean, like I think also like visually, we were so proud of how that first game looked, and it's really exciting to then take this into UE now. From an animation point of view, the technology has moved along in terms of, I mean, just faces, etc. Like the quality and level that you're able to achieve with that, and even with animation. And we were really pleased with where we got to with the previous game. It's a long time ago, but we were doing things at the time that we felt were advanced in terms of how we were approaching it to achieve the quality we wanted. And I guess now, where we are now, it's slightly more available in terms of it's a similar sort of path we're taking technically. But yeah, I think I would have said the journey from making the asset to seeing it in engine is probably quicker, and you can't underestimate how important that is of seeing everything in context very quickly. I mean, it's again very simple one, but you're talking about saving a lot of time by being able to do that. Yeah.
The VR version was terrifying. Will you guys do a VR version for the sequel as well?
So we're not talking about anything.
Not in a place to comment.
Any other?
No comment
at the moment. No.
And then my last question is for you. One of the biggest criticisms of the first game was once you got the flamethrower, the fear aspect kind of went away. How are you handling that in this one? Because I did see a flamethrower in your trailer, so you still have weapons. How are you handling weapons this time around?
Yeah, so it's a systemic experience. Everyone has a different journey. Everyone has a different story to tell. Part of the job that we have is making sure it feels balanced and it feels fair. I mean, it can be super scary and terrifying, but our job is to also make it feel fair. And so, yeah, balance is part and parcel of creating that experience for the player. We're excited by what we're going to be showing in the future, the things that the player is going to have at hand to change the odds, as we were talking about. But yeah, I think it's about getting that balance right.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as Al said about the balancing, balancing for every player, every skill level as well. I mean, it's a challenge on every game, right? And I hear what you're mentioning around the flamethrower, but I think also at the same time there'd be people that saying it was very frequent people to say, oh, it's so hard, etc. So it's a frequent challenge whenever you make a game. But yeah, like Al said, there'll be things in the future that I'm sure we'll find a way to mitigate what you're talking about there.
In the first game, we obviously had the xenomorph, we had the artificial persons. Will we get more creatures? Will we get facehuggers in this? Will we see other enemies other than the alien? Not necessarily hunt you, but just you have to deal with?
Yeah, so in the glimpse that we're sharing at the moment, obviously there's the alien. You'd have seen a working Joe. We're excited about what we're going to be showing in the future, but we have to wait for the future to reveal more.
When does your game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
So we're on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch 2, and we're not talking about release date at the moment.
Hi, my name is Miyake. I work on Pico Park. I'm the director of Pico Park, and I directed 1 and 2, and I'm now the director of Sonic Pico Park.
I'm Takashi Izuka, creative officer of Sonic.
How did this relationship start with Sega to make a Sonic Pico Park? How did that start?
So I am actually a former Sega employee. I used to work at Sega, but kind of when Pico Park came out and then Pico Park 2 came out, we were thinking of like, how can we expand this franchise? How can we get more people to play it? We saw a lot of casual users were really getting into Pico Park and enjoying it, but the gamers weren't really coming in, and we were thinking, how could we get gamers to come in and play this game? What could we do to get them to play? And as we were thinking about this, I thought, ooh, I should talk to the former Sega employees that I knew and kind of talk with them and see like if there was something we could do with Sega that would, we could get Pico Park and Sega to work together to make something new. And that's kind of how this whole conversation started.
Izuki-san, Sega has been more like open about letting other developers use Sonic. Why do you do that? That's really cool. Why do you do that? Like, why are you so open to that?
So yes, it all kind of started with Sonic Mania. That was the first time that we really had indie developers using Sonic to make a new game. And the fans really liked it. They felt it was really fresh and new and interesting. And we really liked it as well because we get to work with indie developers who kind of have a different perspective of the content that they're making, and they make very interesting things. And for Pico Park, it was a really fascinating game. We get to take Sonic and we get to put it in this multiplayer gameplay format, and it's really a lot of fun. So getting to work with the Pico Park team, we were able to use Sonic and also use Pico Park and make this really fun experience that we hope everyone enjoys.
Can you talk about your career and like how you ended up in games, working at Sega, and now working at Pico Park? Talk about like your journey through game development.
I joined Sega in 2008, and at the time, that was the first time I'd been in the game industry. And while I was at Sega, I worked on a Kinect game, if people remember Kinect games, Rise of Nightmares. And from there, I worked on Phantasy Star Online 2. I did some work with a Hatsune Miku title, worked on RGG titles, and then even Fist of the North Star series before getting to Monkey Ball. And Monkey Ball was like when I didn't really work with Sonic all that much until we got to Monkey Ball. We made a remake, and part of the remake, we had Sonic appear as a character inside of Monkey Ball. So that was the first time I ever really worked with the Sonic team. But I left Sega in 2021 to make the Pico Park game, and now we're 5 years after that, and we have Pico Park 2 and Sonic Pico Park out.
There's a simplicity to Sonic Pico Park about just playing with friends and trying to get through a level together. Can you talk about why sometimes the simpler mechanics are the best for gamers over like overcomplicated RPG mechanics or anything crazy like that?
So yeah, Sonic Pico Park is a very simple game, very easy to look at and understand and really comprehend what you have to do. But it's also got this cooperative element. But what we really wanted people to do is have fun talking to each other. When we designed the game and we designed the levels, we want it to be easy to understand. We want there to be cooperative elements, but we really want people to engage in fun conversation as they're playing the game. And part of the design mentality that they have when they make all of the levels is we want to make problems that can kind of easily be explained. So you get into times, when you're all trying to cooperatively get to the end of the level, but someone made a mistake. Oh, oops, that's why we failed. But they don't want it to be this kind of mean, like, oh yeah, I didn't do it right, I'm so sorry. They want the players to be able to talk to each other and say like, oh, I was trying to do this, but I accidentally didn't do it, and because of that, we all failed. And have that kind of conversation. So they want to design levels where as you're playing this multiplayer game, there are these traps and these gameplay design elements that put you in those scenarios. And that's kind of where a lot of the fun comes out, is playing together, but also talking with each other and having that cooperative, communicative experience. So when we talk about, and this is getting into the longer conversation, when we talk about Sonic Pico Park, Pico Park uses that design philosophy when making the levels and the game experience. Sonic Pico Park kind of takes the Sonic elements and merges it in with the Pico Park fun gameplay. And it became a really good kind of marriage of both the Sonic gameplay and the Pico Park gameplay. So one of those things would be Sonic's spin dash. Because Sonic can spin dash and you put it in with this fun Pico Park design aesthetic, you can have Tails maybe, spin dashing, goes really quick. Uh-oh, Sonic's in the way. I better try stopping because I don't want to bump into Sonic. Slam on the brakes, but oops, I didn't slam on the brakes soon enough, so now I'm slamming into Sonic. Sonic goes flying, and you can have that conversation of like, Tails, what were you doing? Like, oh, I was trying to spin dash, then I saw you and I tried to stop, but I didn't stop in time. And so you can have this kind of fun conversation where it's not about, oh, you did it wrong, you failed. It's really the fun and enjoyment of playing it together and running into these kind of experiences together that make it really fun. So that's what they wanted to do with Sonic Pico Park. They really did a good job, and now with Sonic Pico Park, they're merging in all the Sonic fun to make to kind of elevate that fun Pico Park experience.
What's it like being here at SGF, watching people and media play your game for the first time outside of internal testing?
I'm having a great time, and I'm watching people kind of play the game how I was hoping they would be playing the game, which is, running into some problems and having that fun, positive, like, what are you doing? Come on, we got to do this instead experience as they're playing the game. So it's really fun to watch everybody.
Were there any specific challenges in your game, because Sonic moves a little bit differently than the original Pico characters? He has a jump, a dash, all the characters have like little moves. Was it difficult implementing him into your game where it still made sense from a design perspective?
Yeah, I actually had a lot of fun. Spin dash was one of those things that was fun, and I was able to come up with a lot of ideas because of the actions and abilities that Sonic brings into Pico Park. Having the springs enabled me to make situations where the characters are stuck bouncing between the two springs really fast. That's a lot of fun. Even having a ring, as long as you have one ring, you're not going to die, and that created a lot of fun challenges of what if everyone needs a ring? What if someone doesn't have a ring? Uh-oh, we got to protect this, one of our teammates because that teammate doesn't have a ring. And so as I was able to kind of digest a lot of the Sonic actions and gameplay design, I really had a lot of fun ideas of what to make in Sonic Pico Park.
More personal question, what video games did you play growing up? Do you have a favorite old school retro game you just love?
So I like the 2D action platformer genre. There's RPGs, there's lots of different kind of genres, but that 2D action platformer really felt good for me. Being able to constantly be moving forward, the speed, you get to play these games in. I really, really enjoyed. So games like Sonic growing up, Mega Man, Goemon, a Japanese IP, Mario, these were all like the main franchise games that I played growing up on Mega Drive and Super Famicom, because that's kind of the generation I grew up in.
And Izuki-san, the Sonic turns 35 this year. It's a big birthday celebration. Like, what do you have planned for the rest of the year with him? I mean, it's a big number, 35.
So here at Summer Games Fest, we did announce Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, the final DLC for Season 1, for Year 1. And then we also announced Year 2 is coming and some fun content there. We're also getting to talk about Sonic Pico Park. And so one of the things we wanted to do for the 35th anniversary is really make it a moment for everyone to really have fun with Sonic. And these are kind of some of the ways that we're providing lots of fun content for people to play.
What do you think it is about Sonic that has withstand the test of time? There have been a lot of mascots over the years for multiple systems, Crash Bandicoot and others, but Sonic seems to last. What's the secret?
Actually, there is no secret.
So there's really no secret, but a lot of it is really, 35 years of bringing Sonic to the fans is really, what's helping us. The fans are really what are supporting us. So thank you to the fans. If a title doesn't sell, Sega kind of starts saying, hey, maybe we don't do this anymore. People don't want this. And in the past 35 years, there have been good times in Sonic's 35 years, and there have been bad times, but the fans have still supported us that entire time, whether, buying games, coming to our events, buying merch, being there, enjoying Sonic, talking about Sonic. Sega, is really noticing that, and Sonic, even as a brand, is really going places. We have, movies out, we have games coming out, we have a lot of fun stuff to bring to people, and it's really because of the fans, so thank you, fans.
Can you talk about your role a little bit? Because Sonic's been everywhere these last few years. He's been in movies, there's new games, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, Sonic Pico. He's even been on Magic Cards. Do you like what's your involvement with that? Do you have to kind of oversee everything, or do you have like teams that help you? Because there's so much going on with Sonic. He's had jewelry, like there's lots of things he's had. Talk about your role and oversee. Do you oversee all of that? Do you have like teams that help you work with different licensors?
So for things like Sonic Pico Park, we're really hearing from developers who want to make something interesting. We want to hear from them what they want to make, and then we join them and kind of work with them to make it feel very, very much like a Sonic version of Pico Park. And it's really because we're working with so many different professionals, whether they're independent game developers or comic book artists and writers who are making the comic book. We're constantly working with professionals who are excellent in their craft and kind of supporting them and working together to make sure we're inputting, giving them advice on how to make things more true to Sonic and relying on them and their profession to make it the best product ever. So my role in the company is really, to make sure new Sonic games come out, but I'm also working with a lot of the professional companies and professional creators who are working on all the different content that we have coming out to make sure it's really on brand.
If you can say, what's the weirdest thing you've had pitched to you that had Sonic involved?
なんでしょうかね。言っていいことの中で。I don't know that he can say because it probably did not get approved. We don't want to talk about it.
So much stuff he's thinking, yeah. Diapers, cat litter, I don't know.
Ah.
So
I don't know. Honestly, probably everything.
And then my very last question is, because I ask you this every year. Fans like myself and others are desperate for a Sonic Adventure 2 remake. Can you give us any hope at all for the future?
So yes, I do remember you asking me this last year as well, and thank you, because as the original director of Sonic Adventure 2, it really makes me happy that fans, even to this day, are remembering it and want more. But as we look at the game, it was made a long time ago, and to really remake it would take so much resource and so much energy and time that it would be the same as making a brand new game. So we're really focused now on those new game experiences and want to make sure you're going to be excited about that.
I'm patient. I'll wait.
There is no secret.